Heyo, and welcome to the show. I'm only 2 minutes in with the intro, and just more or less just walked in the door and pressed everything and tried to get all the links out there. Welcome to... Oh, Jesus Christ. I need a hairbrush. Ugh. Yeah, this is what you get when you try to walk in from a windy Sweden today. It'll do. Oh. Hello, everybody. Mads and Atheist and Sardonism. Wim Rabbit is here. Hothead Red, Dennis Heaton, Kim, and we have Sunny in the house. Sunny is in the courtroom. We did wish the defense good luck as we entered, and Rashi said it. It's the easiest day for him. He just gets to ask the questions. Yeah. Charlie, most probable, will take the stand today. He said yesterday he would, but he is not on the stand yet. He's sworn in and everything. Hello, Nicola Maxwell. Hello. Good to see you too. Don't groom my hair. Oh, okay. Yeah, today will be really, really interesting. And we have a court feed. Nothing on it yet. There it is. Full screen. Add sound. Dun, dun, dun. There. So far. Will be bigger picture once we get there. Invites have been sent out to the usual suspects, and we will see if any one of them, if any of my usual guests will show up. Mo will show up eventually. Dave got an invite. Sal got an invite. Who else did I send out to? Dun, dun, dun. So far, Mo, Sal, and Dave. Maybe I should send one to EU. Yeah, sure. It is late at her place, her imaginary place, but yep, why not? Ah, yeah, I've been writing back and forth with Megan Fox, the writer, about the Maya trial because we have words about what Court TV, one of their reporters, is out on social media spewing absolute garbage. Hey, Dave. Dave is still playing with his dinky. Yeah. Did you know, by the way, that the sail in the front of the sailing ship in Swedish is called? I'll write it in the chat. That is what. Yeah, take that as you will. Yeah, I saw both Peter Tragos and Rob's take on it, and that was interesting. And if Saturday, I am doing fundraising stream, and that will be featured definitely, definitely, because that's a moment, that's a real moment where it's one of these counselor, did you bring your toothbrush to court today? Kind of moment, because and the attorney had to choose his words really, really carefully. Yeah, let's see here. Sonny said she will be in a very blue shirt. Very blue. And I would guess since she wore gold the other day, her very blue will be very, very blue. And there will be YouTubers in the gallery today. I know Brandy is there somewhere. Oh, it's a packed gallery. I hope everybody who wanted in got in because everybody's going there. Morning, Ashton, and Stallis there. No, well, not in court, but yeah, that is Mrs. Markle, and yeah, coffee, coffee and nicotine, breakfast of champions. Farrell, that is Dan Markell's mother. Say hi to her from us. Hi, Brandy. Well, don't say it out loud until when the court starts. Is that when the 6th? Yeah, yes, it's Ruth Markel. Yeah, and thank you so much, Sonny, for providing us with the commentary in the chat. Everybody say thank you to Sonny. It has been invaluable. We will see if Sonny might join us at lunch today so she can share her thoughts. Yeah, we are currently waiting for everything to start. Oh, I saw someone wave. Yep, that's Sunny and that's Brandy. Yay. Hi, Brandy. Oh, we got away from Brandy. Brandy has a very successful channel um, called the 13th Jury. Very successful. And I wish her all the luck and that I can have a percentage of it. That I can be have half her success. She's doing really, really good. And hello, Christine. And I saw Pharaoh Housewife. Yeah, don't do the judge. Jesus. For this show, I would have Stone Cold Steve Austin 316 sign. If I would have had any sign, it would be Stone Cold Steve Austin 316. If you get that, it is one of the bigger pro wrestling skits of all time. After he beat Jake the Snake in King of the Ring back in 1997, I think it was, where Jake the Snake was having a character who was very, very religious and a bit of a Bible thumper. And so after Steve Austin won, he made a speech where he said that, well, Jake, you're always talking about John 3:16. Well, I have something for you. Austin 3:16 just said, I just whooped your behind. And a few months later, Mr. Stone Cold Steve Austin was the biggest star in pro wrestling. Yay! Stone Cold days. Yeah, I had a after Stone Cold left was when I tuned down my pro wrestling. But then All Elite Wrestling started, and I got interested again, and they are putting out some great content out there. I think that Maxwell Jacob Friedman is the biggest star today, and I hope they will do him well because he is doing amazing. Feral Housewife, have a great stream, and she's off to bed. Yep. Today is not the day you want to be spoken at from the judge. Good choice. Sleep well, Feral. Sleep well. There, everything. And if you have social media, look me up at don't there. I will show it there. On Twitter X, it's at Starov Niklas. One word. It's down here. And share my links. Do we know why he's testifying today? He more or less has no choice. In the opening statement, for the first time, for the prosecution from the defense, first time, Mr. Charlie Adelson claims he was blackmailed. That is why money went to Katie and then to Toto and Tata, or Tito. And so there's absolute zero paper trail to so far that we know of. It hasn't been presented in this trial. So all he has is his word. And for that, he has to testify. And yes, so that is why he kind of has to. Now, in the off chance he won't testify, in the very, very off chance, well, I think he's, in sailing terms, he has a front sail. He is, yeah. And, I think that his ship has sailed. And throughout this trial, for you who have followed it, from the very, very beginning, it has always been clear that the prosecution is after the entirety of the Adelson family. Now, if Charlie gets convicted, remember, he is still presumed innocent until everything is proven in the court of law and the jury returns with a verdict. Until then, he's presumed innocent. But if he is convicted, I would assume they are going after Donna next. That would be my assumption. I think that Harvey is the most difficult one because for him there is, I haven't yet to see any of his commentary in writing. But yeah.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Stephen Everett presiding.
All right.
Everyone can be seated.
Here we go.
Seeing that the gallery has grown by leaps and bounds, we probably should go over this before we get started this morning. If you have a cell phone or electronic device, please silence it or turn it off now. Also, no one is to engage in any behaviors that will distract the jury. Concerning the testimony, do not shake your head in agreement or disagreement, or in other ways distract the jury from what their job is. Mr. Rauschbaum, does your client still intend to testify?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Adelson, please rise.
He
Raise your
will.
right hand once again, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. Mr. Adelson, you understand, I'm not going to go through the full colloquy on this once again, but you understand that you have the right to testify or the right to remain silent.
Yes, Your Honor.
After consultation with your attorneys, is it still your decision to testify today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there anything that you need to clarify concerning your legal rights or any other matter with counsel before the jurors are brought in?
No, Your Honor.
Do you have any questions for the court concerning your rights as it relates to testifying or not?
No, Your Honor.
Very well. Mr. Rauschbaum, after your client testifies, will there be any other witnesses for the defense today? Obviously pending the other examination.
Don't think so.
Okay. If the jurors are ready, bring them in.
All right. They are bringing in the jury. Oh no. No, 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 not now. Oh, freak it. And hello over you, all of you over at Rumble. Okay. We're back. Now is not. Yes, I have Law and C-word stream ready if Tallahassee's goes down. Yeah, he's looking a bit nervous. And thank you for sharing the link on Twitter and everything. The more it gets likes and retweets, the more I get shared on Twitters and the more audience might find their way here.
Rise, jury entering the courtroom.
If he is testifying, then it's a cross-examination. Then defense gets to ask him a few more questions, and then we will probably go to closing.
Everyone may be seated. My assistant has told me that you all are making good progress on the snacks that we've provided to you. It's been a long trial, so you are entitled.
That's very
Is the
sweet.
defense ready to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. We call Charlie Adelson.
Yeah, there could be rebuttal witnesses for.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do, sir.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Very sweet of the court to provide with snacks to the jury while they are in the jury room. Not all courts do that, by the way.
Charlie, let's start with the most important question. Did you cause the death of Professor Dan Markell?
Absolutely no.
Did you hire anyone to kill him?
No.
Did you put any letters in any diaper bags of Katie Magbanawa to have Professor Markell killed?
No.
Before we get there, let's spend some time on your background. How old are you?
I'm 47 years old.
Where were you raised?
I was raised in Coral Springs, Florida.
When were you arrested in this case?
I was arrested April 21st, 2022.
By the way, are you How do you feel right now?
Really nervous.
Why are you nervous?
My whole life depends on it.
Where have you been living since you were arrested a year and a half ago?
Leon County Jail.
Growing up, what was your family like?
It was pretty normal. I was the middle of 3 children. My dad was a dentist. My mom was a school teacher. Played a lot of sports. Pretty normal upbringing.
Do you have a brother and a sister?
I have an older brother and a younger sister.
How close were you with your siblings growing up?
My brother, I wasn't real close with. My sister, I wasn't really that close with either, probably until I got into high school. And we were probably closer in age and had more in common. And then I got closer to her as the years went on.
Your family growing up, would you describe it? How would you describe it financially?
I'd say it was upper middle class. And then in 92, my dad lost a lot of money. And then wasn't upper middle class after that. And then my dad worked hard and he worked until he was 78. He retired.
Where did you go to high school?
I went to public school in Coral Springs. I attended Taravella High School.
Was school easy for you?
Not really. I mean, I had to work really hard to get good grades, and I really didn't get good grades until I went to college.
Where did you go to college?
I went to UCF in Orlando.
And after graduating from college, what did you do next?
I went to dental school.
Where did you go to dental school?
I went to dental school at Nova Southeastern in Fort Lauderdale.
After dental school, what did you do?
I did a residency in periodontics, and I did that at Nova Southeastern also.
Briefly, what is periodontics?
Periodontics is the surgery of the gums and bone, and it's 3 more years after dental school.
During your residency, did you work?
I did. I'd moonlight and I'd work nights and weekends as a general dentist.
When your residency ended, what was your financial situation?
I had about $200,000 in student loans.
Now, after graduating from your residency, what did you decide you were going to do?
I started basically moonlighting when I was in dental school. And then when I got out, I really didn't have money to start a business. So I started working for just individual dentists where I'd come in and do the surgery for them in-house. So they wouldn't have to send the work out, but the patients could still be seen by a specialist. So I'd travel from office to office.
When you started, and I think, when did you graduate your residency?
Graduated my residency in 2006.
When you started, how many offices did you travel to?
When I first started, it was just the first office that I was moonlighting in when I was in my residency. And then through an assistant that worked there, she introduced me to a couple offices, and then those offices introduced me to more people, and it grew from there. By the end of the first year, I was probably working in, I would say, 6 or 8 offices.
By the time frame of 2014, when Professor Markell was murdered, how many offices were you working in, approximately?
Between 30 and 35 offices I would come in to.
When you graduated, where did you live?
When I graduated Perio, I lived in an apartment across the street from school, and then I bought my house. I still lived in 16 years or 20 years later after that.
And that house is where?
On Whale Harbor. I moved in there in 2006.
Now, during this time frame of 2014, can you describe for the jury how far you would travel? In other words, how far were the offices apart from one another?
I never turned any work down. So I had an office as far south as Cutler Ridge, which is a little bit north of Homestead. It's a good hour and a half south of Fort Lauderdale. And then my furthest office I went to north was in East Port St. Lucie, which is a good hour and 45 minutes north of Fort Lauderdale.
Port St. Lucie is probably about halfway between Miami and Orlando. Is that fair to say, or closer to Orlando?
I'd say it's probably closer to Orlando.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, your typical work week, what did it look like?
I would work in usually 2 offices a day. I would start around 8 or 9 o'clock, work in one office till about 1 o'clock, and then I'd go to another office and I'd piggyback it. I'd try to be in another office that was in the same vicinity as the first office, and I'd usually start there around 1:30. I'd have it where it's only a 5 or 10 minute drive to the second office. I would tell them I could stay as late as you need. And then when people had emergencies, which when you work in 30 offices, there's always someone that has an issue. I would come into their office. I would just have an assistant stay. And when I got done with that second office, if it was 8 o'clock, 8:30, I would still go in and I'd work in the third office. So it was almost 2 offices on most days. And I would say 20% and 30% of the time there was a third office.
How many days a week did you work? And again, we're talking about the 2014 time frame.
I was working 6 days a week, and then I was still working 6 days a week.
Now,
sometimes every once in a while there'd be a big case, and my whole week was booked up, and the patient needed something, and it was hours, and I didn't have time, so an office would open up on Sunday, and I would go in on Sunday and do the work.
For the most part, in your job working in these offices, what form of payment were you paid mostly in? Was it cash or some other form of payment?
The offices would always pay me an office check.
Now, were you ever paid in cash from these offices?
I wasn't paid from the offices that I worked for in cash, but if I was doing a work on like one of the assistants in the office or a friend of the dentist, and the dentist didn't want any money to come to him, and I was doing it as a favor, I would say, just go ahead and pay me in cash for the materials. And then
Did you report that
the materials
to the
were
IRS?
expensive. Sometimes they were hundreds, sometimes it was $1,000. And then but the dentist didn't want to take any of the money from that person. So he was like, I'm removing myself from the situation. So the person would pay me the cash just for the materials for the work that I did on them. And that was really just when I was doing favors, and it was sporadic, sometimes more than other, depends on the month.
By the way, backtracking a little bit, growing up, what profession was your dad in?
My dad was a general dentist.
And did your mom work growing up when you grew up?
She had 3 kids, and she still worked as a substitute teacher, where she would come in sporadically, but she wasn't working full time after she had the 3 of us.
Did there come a time where she worked in your dad's dental practice?
Yeah, I would say probably after the kids went to college, or maybe probably towards the end of high school, college. My mom came in and was doing front desk work and helping my dad out.
And what other roles did she have in the office?
She did the bookkeeping. She helped me with all my financial stuff as far as like paying insurances, making stuff with anything that was due at a certain time, licenses. She paid salaries at the office, and then also did front desk with Erica.
All right. Let's talk about the Adelson Institute. When you became this traveling periodontist, were one of the places that you traveled to your dad's dental practice?
Yes.
How often did you work at the Adelson Institute?
I would work at my dad's office. I would say every 4 to 6 weeks, and I would piggyback it. There was another office that I worked at every 2 weeks that was in the same plaza as my dad's. So I would finish there usually about 4 o'clock, and then I'd go into my office, and then I'd start working there at 4:15, and I'd stay as late as I needed to. 10, 11 o'clock.
Do you remember what the full name of the practice was called?
Well, originally, or when we changed it to?
Well, let's start with what you changed it to.
Okay. Well, when I graduated my residency in periodontics, I thought since I was joining my dad's practice and it was now going to have a periodontist there, I thought we'd rename the practice and give it a fancy name. So we called it we copyrighted the Adelson Institute for Implants and Aesthetic Dentistry.
Okay. Now, growing up, did it have that name?
No.
It was just a plain old dental practice, right?
Yeah, it was just my dad and his 3 employees.
How many people worked at the Adelson Institute?
There was Erica Johnson, Clarissa. Erica was the front desk. Clarissa was my dad's assistant since 1979 until he retired 2 years ago. And then Amy was the hygienist. And then my mom when she would be there.
And your mom controlled the checkbook?
Yeah, she handled that stuff.
Who did all the billing for the practice?
My mom and Erica did the billing.
How many dentists were in the practice?
Just one dentist, just my dad.
Did there come a time when you bought the practice from your dad?
Yeah, my dad was going to sell the practice, and I thought it would be a good idea for me to buy it, and I thought maybe I'd run it, and it would be something that I would always have. But I didn't like the idea of it being sold, so I bought it from my dad when he wanted to slow down in 2012.
During the time period of 2014, who owned the practice?
In 2014, I was the owner of the practice.
Okay. Now, during the time frame of the wires in 2016, who owned the practice?
I had sold it back to my dad in 2015.
Why did you sell it back to your dad?
Because I didn't have any time to run it. And even though I bought it, nothing had changed. My dad was still the same dentist that was there. My mom was still the same person doing the books, and they were spending all their time running it. And I was so busy with my traveling periodontics, I didn't have time to dedicate to it, and it really wasn't financially, it wasn't feasible, and there wasn't a benefit.
I want to talk about cash a little bit. Do you like to collect cash?
I always have, yes.
Why?
I like it probably goes back to when I was a kid. I mean, I get $1 a week allowance, and I would save it up, and I just like the feeling of looking at it. I'd rather look at it than put it in the bank. So whenever I had cash, I always saved it up.
Now, were there several ways that you accumulated cash?
Yes, there was.
Did you have a real estate business or some real estate in 2014?
In 2014, yes.
Okay. And would you accumulate cash through this business?
There was some cash that came in through that, yes.
Did you rent out dock space behind your house?
Yeah, I rented out my dock space behind my house since 2006, and it's been rented ever since.
And how would you be paid for that dock space?
The guy would come down once a year, and he would pay me in cash for the year.
Were there other ways that you would accumulate cash over the years?
From whenever I did work on someone as a favor, and they were just paying me for the materials, I got paid in cash on that. And probably the biggest source of cash through the years is every time I went out, every chance I could, I used my credit card to build up the airline miles, and I'd always pay the tab, and whoever was there would just give me the cash, and it added up over the years. I've done that 20 years.
And once you had this cash, what would you do with it?
Whenever I had $1,000, I would staple it, and it was a packet. So it was really, I stapled it because I was just being saved. I wasn't spending it. And I was always using my credit card, so the cash built up.
Where would you put the cash?
I put it in my safe.
I'm going to go back to your business a little bit. When you started your business, Did you make a lot of money the first couple years?
No. I mean, it took off pretty quick, but it wasn't where it was in 13, 14, or 15.
By 2011, approximately, how much money were you making?
I was probably making $350 a year.
And what did your income look like in the 2014 range?
14, I made between, I think, around 850 to 900,000.
What were your best years financially?
13, 14, and 15.
Have you ever been married?
No.
In the time frame of 2013-14, did you have any kids?
Back then, I didn't have my son.
During this 2013-2014 time frame, how would you succinctly describe your lifestyle?
Work came first. I, worked my whole life to get to where I was. So I wasn't turning any work down, and I was single. So I worked. I'd go to the gym late at night, and I'd probably go out one night a week, usually on a Saturday night is when I'd go out.
Now, do you have any children now?
I've got one son.
How old?
5.
I want to talk to you about your relationship with your parents as an adult. Fair to say you're close with your mom and dad?
Yes.
As an adult, how often would you talk with your mom and dad?
I would talk to my mom more often, a lot more often, just because my dad was always working. But I talk to my mom every day.
Once a day or multiple times?
At least once a day, but most likely probably twice a day, because there was always usually one thing was a personal thing and one thing was something having to do with the office or scheduling or something like that.
During the 2014 timeframe when you owned the office, did your mom work for you?
You could say that. Yeah.
Did she control the books?
She wrote the checks. Yeah, they had the checkbook at the house.
Now, was there any particular time that you would talk to your mom more often than other times?
Yeah, in the morning driving into work, I'd call my mom, and usually on the way home from work, I'd call them. Just depends on how long the drive was, really.
How involved was your mom in your life?
Business-wise, very involved because she was running the office. Personal-wise, I mean, I would tell them things and keep them up to date with stuff and my life. But it was my life. I mean, I did whatever I wanted to do.
We're going to get to this later, but how involved was your mom in your sister's life?
I think she was more involved. I think my sister involved my mom maybe more. And it just depends on different issues.
I want to talk a little bit about your sister, Wendy.
Yeah, this will be interesting.
As adults, before she married Professor Markel, how often would you talk with her?
I'd call my sister, I'd say about every 10 days or so we'd talk. I'd call her, but she was busy and she wasn't real good with the phone. So I would call her and she would always take a day or two to call me back. I spoke to her half the time when I called. Half the time she didn't pick up. How
often would you see her, again, pre-marriage? How often would you see your sister?
Not a lot. In 1995, I left to go to college. In 97, she left to go to college up in Boston. So it was pretty much, I would say, holidays, like every 3-4 months. Thanksgiving, Christmas time, sometimes during the summer. So maybe 3-4 times a year I see her.
There came a time when Wendy started dating Professor Markel, right?
Yes.
Do you remember when you first met him?
I do. I think he was in town, and I remember all of us going out to lunch. I think we went to a deli.
What did you think of him?
I thought he was a nice guy. I mean, he kind of seemed like all my other sister's boyfriends she's had in the past. I've never really had much in common with them.
All of the other
Um,
boyfriends?
And she kind of seemed like the rest of them. But I that was pretty much it.
Now, after they got married, what was your relationship like with Professor Markel?
It was the same as before they got married. I mean, we texted each other on our birthdays. I don't think we ever really called each other or hung out. I mean, I would just see him when he came over to the house with my sister.
And how often would you see him and your sister?
I would say twice a year, maybe, or roughly around there, maybe 3 times a year.
In the years that Professor Markel and your sister were married and living in Tallahassee, how often did you come to Tallahassee?
I'd only been to Tallahassee. I was there twice, I believe, when her children were born. And then once when I was working in Alabama, I had a research fellowship, and I was passing through Tallahassee. I spent the night with them, and I saw them that time too.
When Professor Markel and your sister were married, did you still communicate with your sister about the same amount of time?
It may have been a little less, because I remember when she had kids, I mean, she had even less time. So I probably spoke to her. I'd call her, and then probably more times than not, she didn't pick up the phone. And then I'd get a call back a couple of days later. So it was pretty similar.
Did there come a time when you became aware that Wendy and Professor Markel were having marital issues?
Yes.
What did you learn?
I took my sister out to dinner when she had come to town, and we went to the melting pot. And I remember her telling me that they were having issues, and it was pretty serious.
Did she tell you that they were going through marriage counseling?
Yeah, that's when I found out, and I guess that's what I was going to say, is like, have you tried to work things out? And that's when I found out that they had been in counseling for 6 months. I didn't know about it before.
Now, what were some of the issues, if you remember, that she told you they were having?
He was becoming very, very religious. There was becoming issues with diet and how she was cooking in the house. She wasn't really respectful he wasn't really respectful of her career. He would belittle her. He obviously seemed like he lost his eye for her, and she seemed like she'd lost his eye for him, and she wasn't happy.
Now, did she complain about violence or danger or anything like that?
Never.
Did she complain that he was not a good father?
No, he was very attentive to his sons.
Did you learn at some point that your sister was going to file for divorce?
I did.
And when you heard that she was going to file for divorce, how did you feel?
I felt bad for her. I mean, she was sad. I mean, no one goes to get married to get divorced. But she seemed like she spent 6 months in therapy with him, and it didn't change anything how she felt, and he didn't change how he was. And I said, listen, the kids need to grow up in a happy household. Like, they can't have fighting. They can't have a miserable mom who's unhappy. You need to have the kids are better off growing up in 2 separate households where there's positive environment instead of negative.
Did your sister seem angry to you?
No, she seems sad.
How involved were you with the divorce proceedings?
I wasn't really involved with the divorce proceedings on the day-to-day stuff. I would definitely hear stories, most of which would come from my mom when I'd be driving to work in the morning or driving home. I would hear the latest update of what's going on. But I would say probably 20% came from Wendy and 80% came from my mom.
How did Wendy seem to you during the period when they were going through the divorce proceedings?
Extremely stressed, very stressed out.
How did your mom seem?
She was upset because my sister was stressed, and it was almost like a telephone game. Like my sister would vent to my mom, then my mom would be venting to me.
In general, was your perception that the litigation was very litigious?
Yeah, I did learn that. I mean, he was fighting over bicycles and all kinds of nonsense, and seemed not to end.
Now, were there some big issues like relocation that were issues as well?
Yes.
Let's talk about relocation. Did there come a time that you learned that your sister filed a motion to try to relocate to South Florida?
I did.
And do you know why she wanted to relocate to South Florida?
Primarily, it was because she had no family in Tallahassee, and she had 2 young kids, and my parents lived in South Florida. I lived in Fort Lauderdale, and she wanted to be closer to family, and she had a better, more secure job for her career in South Florida.
How did you feel about the idea of your sister and the boys moving to South Florida?
I thought it would be great. I mean, I hadn't lived in the same town as her since 1995, so I thought it'd be great to have her in town.
How important was it to you?
I mean, it wasn't real important to the point like I thought about it all the time, but I mean, if I thought about it, I'd be happy to have her back home.
How important was it to your mom and your dad?
Oh, to them, it was very important. They wanted her to come back because she had no family in Tallahassee.
And what was your understanding of what Professor Markel thought about this relocation effort?
I knew he was against it, and he wanted her to stay in Tallahassee with him.
Did you learn at some point that the petition was denied for relocation?
Yeah.
And when it was denied, how did your mom feel about it?
My mom they were very disappointed. They were unhappy.
How about your sister?
She wasn't that disappointed, I guess, because she's a lawyer and she knows, what's the probability of something like this happening. And she said it was a long shot. She said she wasn't really expecting it, but it was worth it just to take a shot to see if it would happen.
Were you angry?
No. I mean, it didn't change anything in my life.
Now, we've seen some emails regarding converting the boys to Christianity. We've seen some pretty out there emails from your mom. Do you recall seeing those emails in this trial?
I do, yeah.
And do you recall whether you saw those emails when they were written, back when they were written?
Yeah, I would get forwarded to me all kinds of stuff, for sure.
Did you come up with any of those ideas?
No.
Now, on some of those emails, we'll see that you respond, "I like it." Why did you respond that way?
Well, my sister tried being really nice to Danny. It got her nowhere, and he was being really litigious, and he was looking to give her a hard time. And I thought that it was a way that she would go ahead and give him a hard time back and kind of push his buttons the way he was trying to push her buttons. So basically, if he's being a jerk to you, just be a jerk back and see if maybe he'll stop. So I didn't think any of those things she was actually ever going to follow through with, but I thought that it would really push his buttons. So I thought, why not give it a shot?
Now, I want to talk about the $1 million offer. Did you ever become aware of efforts by your family, including yourself,
Yes.
to offer Professor Markel money to allow your sister to relocate?
I did, yes.
And do you recall who came up with that idea?
It was my parents.
What were the terms of the offer? How much was it for?
The offer was for $1 million to have him move down south to South Florida with my sister and the boys, and that would afford him enough money that he could easily commute to his job in Tallahassee for the days that he worked, just the way senators in South Florida commute to Tallahassee all the time. And that was the idea behind it.
Now, how were you involved in this idea?
Not super involved, but I definitely said to my parents, I said, I will help, and I will pay a third of that $1 million. And when Wendy one day starts making real money, and she's able to, I want to be paid back.
At this point in time, were you making more money than your parents?
I was, yes.
Did you or your family ever speak with an attorney about the legality of this offer?
I didn't, but I know they wanted to run it by an attorney. I think they used Gary Cohn to run it by.
Prosecution will write everything down because
Do you
anytime he
know
opens a
if
door,
the offer was ever made?
As I sit here today, I know that the offer was never made. But back when the offer I thought it was made and it thought it was turned down.
Charlie, you like to talk a lot, right?
Yeah, I didn't realize how much I talk until I listened to all those tapes, and evidently I do. I mean, I knew I liked to talk, but didn't realize how much.
When you got involved in this $1 million offer, would you talk about it with others?
Yes.
How would it come up?
It would come up when people would say, doesn't your sister want to move back home? How's she doing? And I said, yeah, no, she definitely wants to move back home. We tried everything we could. Like, we even offered $1 million to Dan to see if he would move down with her. And it didn't work. Like, he turned it down.
Now, did you ever talk with Catherine Magbanowa? And we'll talk a lot about her in a little bit. But did you ever talk with Catherine Magbanowa about that $1 million offer?
Yes, I did.
And what do you remember telling her?
The same thing I told everybody else. Is it came up when she was asking me about, doesn't your sister want to move back home? And I said, yeah. I said, we tried everything we could. We even offered Danny $1 million to move back to South Florida, and it didn't work. It's the same thing I said to her is what I said to a bunch of people.
How did she respond?
She was like, wow, that's a lot of money. She's like, you got to take out a loan for that? And I said, no, I got cash. I can pay for it.
Okay. Now let's talk about gifts to your sister during her divorce. In general, did you provide any financial assistance to Wendy during the divorce?
No, she never asked, and I never gave her any money.
Did you pay for her lawyers?
Never.
Now, did you give her any gifts? And let's just start with the broad question, and then we'll break it down. Did
Yes.
you give her any gifts?
Yes, I've given her gifts to her divorce.
Okay. Do you recall giving her a TV?
Yes.
How did that come about?
Well, when she was moving out of the marital home, and she was starting, from scratch in a new house, she didn't take any of it, only took her belongings. I said to my mom, I said, what does Wendy need? Like, what does she need for the new place? And she said, actually, she's leaving the TV sets. She needs a TV set for the house. So I said, all right, fine. I said, go to the store up there, go to Best Buy and pick out a really nice TV set, and I'll pay for it. I said, buy it and I'll give you the money.
Now, do you recall making a joke that buying her a TV was cheaper than hiring a hitman? Something to that effect.
Yeah, it was. Want me to say what?
Yeah, tell me what the joke was.
What happened was, when I gave her the TV set as a divorce present, the stupidest thing I ever said in my life. And I said, I was going to get you a Hitman, but the TV set was a lot cheaper, so I went with the TV set instead. And I said it as a complete joke, and it was stupid, but I do that a lot.
Did you make that joke to others?
Yes.
Did you make that joke many times throughout 2013 and 2014?
I made that joke when she was having problems and she was fighting and she was upset. I recycled the joke, and it was stupid.
Did you ever say that joke to Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, I did.
Just to be clear, did you ever look into hiring a hitman?
No, never.
He's doing good.
Are you aware
Do I
that the
believe him?
divorce proceedings settled in July of 2013?
Yeah, I believe it ended in summer of 13.
Now, how did your sister react to the settlement?
I think she found it as like a sense of relief. It seemed like she had closure. She knew what she was going to be doing and where she was going to be living, and she I think she was just looking. I think she was happy. Happy in the sense that she was able to put it behind her.
What was the custody arrangement? Do you know what the custody arrangement was?
I know it was 50-50.
After the settlement, how were things with Professor Markel and your sister?
I think they were calm for a little bit, and then it got litigious. There'd be little brief areas of calm, and then I think he was kept trying to bring her back into court, and it started becoming litigious again.
What was your understanding of this mostly based on?
Things that I'd hear from my mom, probably 20% from my sister, 80% from my mom.
Was your mom upset?
She would get upset when my sister would tell her about Danny pushing her buttons and filing all these things in court and giving her a hard time.
What about you? During the period of all this litigation, what were your feelings about Professor Markel?
I thought he was being a jerk. I mean, hearing stories that he's showing up at her work and bad-mouthing her to other colleagues and saying horrible things about her, I thought he was just being a jerk to her. Now,
Would you think about this all day long, in the morning and at night? I mean, how important was this to your life?
It wasn't. I mean, I would only think about it when I'd be listening to a story, and I'd be driving in the car talking to my mom. She would relay the latest that my sister told her, and then she'd be telling me, and that's when I would think about it. But I mean, I never for a second was at work thinking about it or doing activities that I enjoyed thinking about it. When I wake up in the morning, I never thought about it.
Were you panicked at all about it? Were you concerned that your sister was going to be disbarred? Anything like that? Was that a big issue for you?
No, I mean, that was a nonsense threat.
When you would learn about things, though, would you talk to them, talk about what was going on to others?
Yeah, I did talk a lot.
Why would you, considering your sister's divorce wasn't, and her issues with Professor Markel weren't a huge part of your life, as you've testified, why would you be talking about it to others?
One, I talked a lot.
How would it come up?
And it would come up when I'd be sitting at the dinner table and I'd hear this crazy story that my mom told me from earlier that day. And I guess it's more interesting than talking about teeth. So I would sit there and I'd share things with my girlfriend or friends, and I'd relay stories.
By the way, during this time period, and now I'm talking about late 13, second half of 13 and 14, were you still speaking with your sister about the same amount or more?
I would say it's probably about the same, that every 10 days or so we talk.
Did you travel to Tallahassee to check on her after she filed for divorce? How many times did you come to Tallahassee during this time period?
Never. I think the last time I came to Tallahassee was 2011 or 2010.
Now, what was your understanding of how Wendy felt about the idea of staying in Tallahassee as time went on?
I think she understood that's what her life was going to be. I mean, she loved her job up here. She was getting excited about things. She was dating people. She was embarking on her new life in Tallahassee.
What was her? Did there come a time when she won an award, and what do you remember about that?
Yeah, the lawyer is extremely careful because every question is manufactured towards a certain answer, so Charlie does not say something stupid or talk about something that might open the door to some other evidence that previously hasn't been let in. There's a lot of motions in limine pre-trial, which means that the prosecution wanted to bring in things. They filed the defense filed a motion in limine, and it was granted. And there are a bunch of those in this trial. So we have made fun of the lawyer and Charlie during this trial, but this is a good lawyer who has basically only Charlie's words to go by. That's all he has. So this inquiry is very, very well orchestrated. What will be interesting is how the prosecution will cross-examine him.
I remember I was real proud of her. She wrote a book, and the book was selected by Florida State to be the mandatory reading for all incoming freshmen. And she was chosen to be the speaker to the incoming class, and that was to take place in August. And I know she was super excited about it, and we're all planning to come up there and be there for her.
Okay, I want to shift gears and talk a little bit about Catherine Magbanua. May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Take your time.
All right. Here comes the blame shifting that Charlie will probably try to do everything in his power with the help of his lawyer to put all the blame on Katie. She is the one with the connections with the underworld, so to speak, or the criminal aspects of Florida. But here's the thing. There are allegations out there that Mr. Adelson sold prescriptions in the gym, so he may or may
When
not
did
have
you-
had these contacts by himself.
How did you first
We don't
meet
know.
Catherine Magbanua?
I met Katie in the summer of 2013. She started working the front desk of a dental office that I worked at.
And what was that dental office? Where was it?
The name of the office was Sophie Dental, and it was in South Beach.
What did she do for the dental office?
She was the front desk and all from the office.
How often would you work in that office?
I was there, say, every 3 weeks. I was there for half a day every 3 weeks.
Was that office a big generator of income for you?
It was one of my better offices, yeah.
Now, you said you met her in July 2013. When did you first go out with her?
We first went out, it would have been first week of October, around October 10th.
And who initially pursued who?
I pursued her.
Why did you ask her out?
Katie was really cute. She was friendly. She went to the same. She actually graduated from UCF, also different time, but she graduated from there. She was a really smart girl. I mean, she was extremely smart and witty, and that's why I pursued her.
Once you went out with her, did you learn that she had 2 kids?
I did.
Now, initially, did you learn anything about her ex-husband?
No, the only thing I knew is that she'd been with somebody for about 10 years, and that she was now single.
After you dated her a couple times, what did you like about her?
Well, and aside from the initial things, what attracted me to her was she had a very busy life also, and my life was so busy it was hard for me to be in a relationship where someone wanted to go have dinner at 5 o'clock and hang out with me a couple days a week. So she was working full time, had 2 kids, so she was fine seeing me once or twice a week, and we both had very little time.
Now, you said that your first date was sometime in early October 2013.
Yeah, it wasn't even a real date. We just went and had dinner. There's a restaurant in the building, and we finished late. And I said, "You want to grab dinner?" We ate at the building.
I know, Matt's.
Did you ask her just 2 weeks later
Commentary to my viewers.
if she could find someone to kill Professor Markel?
No, not at all.
Did you have a Halloween party with her or go trick-or-treating with her, and after the party say, hey, do you know anyone who can take care of my ex-brother-in-law for me?
No, absolutely not.
Now, back to the relationship. Over time, did it become more serious?
Over time, in the beginning, it's always like you're just trying to see who each other is. And then as time went on, she wanted to get more serious. I'd say probably by the springtime, by probably around March, she started asking me.
Now, did you consider her to be your girlfriend, though?
She was my girlfriend, yeah.
Did you consider yourself to be exclusive?
After the first 3 months together, yeah, for sure.
Did you ever see a possibility of marriage with her?
No, I didn't.
During the time that you dated her, how often, and let's be clear, we're talking about now the beginning of 2014.
Right.
So let's keep it far away from July. During the time that you dated her, how often would you communicate with her?
We talked every day.
When would you talk to her?
I'd call her when I was in the car driving to work. We'd text throughout the day, and then I'd always talk to her at nighttime.
Where was she living at the time?
She was living in North Miami.
And again, you were living in the same place in Fort Lauderdale?
Same house in Fort Lauderdale. Yeah.
How often would you see her?
I would see her once a week. Sometimes every once in a while it would be twice, but I would say more often once than twice.
And when you saw her, what would you typically do?
We'd go to dinner, hang out, watch a movie, hang out at my house.
Did you have any relationship with her children?
No, I met her children on one occasion, maybe twice, but definitely no more than twice.
Did she go to family events with you?
She did meet my family a couple times, yeah.
She met your sister how many times, if you recall?
2 times.
And how many times do you think she might have met your parents?
I would say maybe around 8 times, 8 or 9 times.
Was she a patient of your dad's?
Yes, she was.
We're going to get into this in more detail later, but let's be clear right now. Did Catherine Magbanua ever work for your dad or for you at the Adelson Institute?
No, never.
Now, I think you alluded to this a little bit earlier, but as time went on in 2014, did she want to be more serious?
Yeah.
And what did you think about that?
I liked it the way it was. I mean, it was good in the beginning. My life, I wasn't looking to change it. I was still in that workaholic mode. But she started asking me, what are we? What are we doing?
At the time that you met her, and I want to talk a little bit about your knowledge of Sigfredo Garcia now. At the time that you met her, to your knowledge, she was single, right?
Yes.
And I think you testified that initially you didn't learn anything about her ex.
Nothing other than she was completely single. She was done with him.
I want to show you defense exhibit. It's not in evidence. I need a sticker.
He's doing good, the lawyer and Charlie, so far. There's still not anything controversial.
You may.
I'm showing you what's marked for identification purposes as Defense Exhibit 34.
Okay.
Please take a look at it.
Yes, Sonny Tanner is in the gallery relaying what she
Are these
can see
text
from there.
messages between you and Catherine Magbanoa on November 27th at 2:13?
Yes, they are.
Judge, I'd move in Defense Exhibit 34 at this time.
Response?
Hearsay, Your Honor.
Please
of mind.
approach.
Oh, yes. She will definitely do a cross-examination, no matter what, because I would assume a lot of it will be from the recordings. And if he slipped up in anything, she will ask about that too. And I hear something about court feed getting bad. We are a bit behind. Let me speed up here a bit. Yeah, so far they are doing defense lawyer doing good. Charlie doing good so far in his testimony, in his own defense. Clear questions, clear answers. They are now starting to get into probably him going to shift blame towards Katie. And the allegations he made, or his lawyer made in the opening statement, that Charlie was blackmailed. And that is how Katie got all the money. That is how the hitman got all the money and stuff like that. But this is the third trial on the same subject, and there's not, to my knowledge, a shred of evidence supporting that, besides Charlie's words for it.
As the hearsay is overruled, you may continue with your examination.
No, Sonny.
These text messages, are they a true and correct reflection of your messages on November 27th, 2013?
Yes, they are.
Judge, I'd move in Exhibit 34 at this time.
Any
Okay.
further objection?
No, Your Honor.
They are admitted at this time.
May I publish?
You may.
Now, every piece of evidence he brings in may open a door to something else. But we will assume that everything he shows will be in his favor.
You see the timing is in military time, so it says November 27th at 13:42. We can agree that's 1:42.
Yes.
Katie says, my ex knows about you. I'm pretty sure I know how he knew because he even knows your name. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And you say, do I know him from my past? You see that?
Yes, I do.
What are you asking Katie here?
I have no idea who her ex is. She's saying he knows me, so I'm saying, do I know him?
From my past indicates something
And
else
that's
for
in
me.
late November 2013, right?
Yes.
That's after 1 month almost after Halloween, correct?
Yes.
Now, as time went on, did you learn more about her ex?
In the springtime, I did.
In February, was there an incident with Katie and her ex that you recall?
Yeah. I remember her coming over my house, and she was pretty upset. She had a mark on her neck. They'd gotten into an altercation, and he ripped a necklace that he'd given her off her neck. And she was crying, and she was all upset.
How did you react?
She could tell I was upset. I mean, someone just roughed her up, and she could tell I was upset. And she said, "Don't do anything." She goes, "He will kill you. He will kick your ass. You don't stand a chance."
Now, why did you continue to date her after this?
I didn't take that as a threat to me. I just took it as she's got a crazy ex-boyfriend that wants her back, and she's got 2 kids with him, and it wasn't a threat. I didn't feel like he was threatening me. She just was like, it's a part of her life that I wasn't going to hold against her.
I want to show you a couple other texts related to your relationship with Ms. Magbanawa in January, February, and March of 14. And these will be defendants exhibits 35, 36, and 37.
Whatever extra is in those texts can and will be used by the prosecution. If there's anything that implies
I'll give it-
anything, they will use it. Still, the most interesting part will be the cross-examination, because Shaw is doing good, his lawyer is doing good, shifting the blame on the people already convicted of this crime.
The January text is 35.
But they have to
The February
tread
text
really, really careful with this.
is 36.
Because one misstep and all hell
And
will
the March
break loose.
24th text, do you have that one?
Yes,
Is 37.
I have March 15th.
I would hope that, yeah,
May I approach, Your Honor?
bit better prepared.
Right.
But maybe this was a very last-minute decision to make him take the stand. So not everything is really prepared.
That's 37. Can you take a look at these items?
Yeah, they had a very long time doing that. But still, very few lawyers want their clients to take the stand. Very few, because crap can do well, and you have a slightly better chance. Do bad, and it's almost guaranteed a conviction. And Sonny
recognize
refers
these
to one
text
of the
messages?
jurors here.
Yes, I do.
Are they accurate reflections of your text messages?
They are, yes.
I would move these exhibits into evidence now, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Hearsay, Your Honor. I'm storing it in a minute.
You can show me a copy of the exhibits.
Yes, Your Honor.
I mean, hearsay. Maybe it's out of context. We don't know the context of this text. Oh, yeah, I agree. It's a little frustrating knowing that if all Charlie needs to do is convince one juror that there might not be beyond reasonable doubt. And Zachariah Anderson was convicted of crap evidence, flawed testimony, and an absolute corrupt prosecution. You will find out more on Saturday on my fundraising stream. And Saturday's fundraising stream will begin at 3:30 p.m. or 2:30 p.m. Something like you will on my channel. You can find the stream for Saturday. Vegas odds on Donna Adelson's location right now. Well, I don't think she's the type of gal that will abandon the family, but then again, I have the slight notion that she thinks of herself first. Okay, let's see if I can.
Exhibits.
I have, Your Honor, my objection.
Can briefly approach.
Okay, this might take some time. And we are up to speed again. Yeah, the prosecution are having real issues with these text messages. Could, as I said, could be out of context. They could be talking about something completely different. This might be one of the first times the prosecution sees this, or have seen it in a very long time. And I have to say, all up until now, including the defense case in chief, only have reaffirmed me in my belief that Charlie Adelson that the prosecution, for me, has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Charlie did all the things that they allege. With that said, he is innocent until the jury comes back with a verdict of guilty. He is presumed innocent all up until then. And so we have to take into account that we will never know what the jury thinks. We will never know unless they tell us what their thought process is.
As to hearsay, you may continue with your examination.
Overruled, okay. Now they lost 2 objections for hearsay, so they have to be a bit
So
careful.
let's talk about Defense Exhibit 35.
Sure.
Text from January 19, 2014. And in this exchange, what is Miss Magbanawa asking you about?
She asked me if I wanted things to be different, and she was saying how much she missed me.
And did you want things to be different at this point in time?
No, I wanted things to stay the way they were from when we just started dating.
Now, if you turn to Defense Exhibit 36, text messages from February 5th, 2014.
Mhm.
What is she asking you? What does she start by asking you about? And you don't have to read it. Just tell the jury generally what she's asking you about. What is she concerned about?
She's asking if I'm talking to a bunch of other girls.
And what do you tell her in response generally?
I say, no, I'm not.
Oh,
And
that's the route they're going.
again, in this text message, she's asking you whether she's telling you that she wants more, right?
Yeah.
The route they seem to go is Catherine, out of desperation or jealousy, did this to keep Charlie. That seems to be the route they are going with this. That will be interesting to see. Yeah.
And how do you respond?
I ask her, are you thinking about getting back with your ex?
And then what do you say after that?
Oh, yeah. I say you're the coolest and most fun girl, that I'm always happy when I'm around. And then I said, I know it's not easy, and I think we're doing a good job at not rushing things. So
And what were you trying to tell Miss Magbanawa in this text message?
I was trying to say I like you and I have a good time hanging out with you, but I don't want to rush things.
Now, moving to text messages in March of 2014. Miss Magbanawa texts you, you've mentioned me to your mom, and you say yes, and she says, I love you. Oh, baby. Why was this a big deal to her?
That is
Spoken
hearsay.
to her, I brought up that I'd mentioned her to my mom, and she thought I was making things more serious. So I think she got excited over that.
Okay, you can put those aside.
Judge, I'm going to object regarding Defense Exhibit 37 and ask for best evidence that it be published to the jury.
Okay, best
Also
evidence.
staying on best evidence grounds, please publish Defense 37.
Okay, this is
Members of the jury get to reach your own conclusions as to the context of the statements.
Okay, let's publish it to the jury.
in other places. This is about completion. That defense is selectively using certain.
March 24th at 12:17. Do you see she texts you and says, you've mentioned me to your mom?
Yes.
Do you see that you respond, yes?
Yes, I do.
Do you see that she responds, that made me so happy?
Yeah, she took it the wrong way.
Any other clarification, Your Honor?
That's an opinion. I mean,
Is it fair to say that she was excited that you had mentioned her to your mom?
Yeah, she was happy. I mean, she got overly excited. I wasn't expecting that.
Now, in the early
Here's the thing, kid. When you tell your girlfriend, hey, I mentioned you to my family, that means you are taking things seriously. In my mind, at least for the girl. And I'm not entirely sure you are completely truthful in your answer here. Not completely. Because you tell me, any of you guys in the chat, when you mention your new girlfriend to your family, it's not by mistake. It's you getting serious. So yeah, this is not something I trust his word for. That she took it the wrong way. There's more or less only one way to interpret that, for me at least. And you girls and women in the chat, I think you agree with me. Or if you don't, please mention it in the chat. Because if you mention your girlfriend to your family, then you're ramping things up. Then you're getting serious. Yes, Melody. His family is nosy, so maybe that's why he mentioned her. Yeah, but there's no context to that in these texts. I understand and what you mean, but through those texts, that's not what I'm getting out of it. Thank you. Let's continue.
summer of 2014, what were you telling your friends about your relationship with Catherine Magbanua?
Objection, relevance.
Sustain. Please lay a foundation if you can.
Was your relationship coming to an end in the summer of 2014?
Yes, she wanted more, and I didn't want anything more.
And were you communicating that to friends?
Yes, I was.
I want to talk to you about a dinner on March 11th, 2014, a Yardbird dinner.
Yeah, I mean, first he says that in a text,
moment, Your
and
Honor.
then he brings her to meet family. I don't interpret that as he is not taking things seriously. Maybe he does. Maybe he's that clueless, but I don't think so.
Do you recall going to that dinner?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember who was the dinner with?
I met Katie down in Miami on Lincoln Road, and my sister was in town, and I was already working down there. I remember I was in my scrubs, and my sister came and she brought the guy that she just started dating, who was Jeff Lacoste.
Do you recall where you sat?
Yeah, we sat outside the restaurant. There was a few tables set up on the sidewalk, and it was the four of us sitting there.
Did you know that you were being watched?
No, not at all.
Did you know that Sigfredo Garcia was thinking about killing you that night?
No, not at all.
Now, this is March 11th, 2014, right?
Yes.
During the dinner, do you recall discussions about ex-husbands between your sister and Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall who initiated those discussions?
No, I don't.
Do you recall making a bad joke again at that dinner?
Yes.
And that's the same joke that we've already discussed.
Yeah, I did.
Now, after the dinner, who came back to your house?
My sister and Jeff Lacoste came back to my house.
What about Catherine McBanimal?
No, she went home just to be with her kids.
And was it a normal night when your sister and Jeff Lacoste came back?
Yeah, but it's the first time I've ever had, I think, my sister and her boyfriend sleep over at my house. So but it was normal.
Did you ever have any conversations other than some text messages that Jeff Lacoste sent you with him after that night?
No, I never spoke to him again.
Did you know anything about a first attempted murder of Professor Markel in early June?
No.
Now, there's been a lot of talk about birthdays and your dad's birthday and a birthday present. And you may remember some text messages that the state showed during their case regarding wanting to talk to your. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, in context with the text, soon after that text, he brought Katie to meet family. And even though they haven't dated officially for long, I assume that
Recall the state showing text messages where you're texting with your mom.
I assume that during cross-examination, he will be asked how many of your girlfriends actually met your family. And I don't remember during Wendy's testimony that she said anything about meeting a lot of his girlfriends. Just they knew he had a lot of girlfriends. But there's a difference between having a lot of girlfriends and bringing one to meet family. For me, it is at least. So I don't really buy his story on that aspect, but I understand why they are bringing this up in that matter.
And she tells you that she can't talk right now, that she'll call you when she's alone. She's driving back and she's at a stop in Gainesville, and to erase the text message.
Yeah,
Do you recall what that is all about?
it was about my dad's birthday.
Who was your mom with at that stop at Gainesville?
She was with my dad, so she didn't want to talk in front of him
And why didn't she want to talk in front of him?
because it was a surprise. Originally, we were thinking about doing a cruise.
What was a surprise? That you were going to kill Professor Markel, or that you were going to have a surprise birthday party for your dad?
No, it was going to be his 70th birthday party.
And do you recall in that text message talking about a caterer?
Yes.
Now, you had discussed this caterer as far back as April and May with your mom, correct?
Yes.
And those are reflected in text messages as well, correct?
Yes, they are.
On June 5th, do you recall your mom texting you and asking you, don't forget to get information on the caterer?
Yes.
Now, what did you get your dad for his birthday gift?
I paid for the catering for the party.
And what type of catering was it?
It was a chef came to the party and they cooked paella and seafood, and then we had a bunch of desserts also and salads.
Well, the birthday party needed a caterer, and on that party, they would gift him a cruise, I would assume. Yeah, they are giving a new context to all of this. But in the back of my mind, I'm always about the code words that they clearly used. And it might be innocent that it actually was a birthday present. That a birthday present to Dad was not getting Wendy liberated from her custody battle. But in all the context, yeah, I can see the jury going more for the code than his explanation. But this will be brought up in cross.
I'm showing you what's marked for identification purposes only as Defendant's Exhibit 43.
In the middle of direct examination, this is not good. It takes away from the motion of the.
Showing you what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit 43. And these are a composite of all of your text messages between June 2nd, 2014 and June 7th, 2014. May I approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
Can you look through this and see if this is an accurate reflection of all your text messages during that period?
Yes, they are.
Judge, I would move in Defense Exhibit 43 at this point in time.
I'm going to need to review the exhibit. State, do you have any objections?
Yes, Your Honor, hearsay and relevance.
Please bring me a copy of the exhibit.
Mm. Okay, so this is the prosecution's tactic, relevance, to try to point out to the jury that this is just blowing hot air. But I would be careful because too many objections can backfire. That goes both ways, both for the prosecution and the defense. Too many objections, and it can backfire. Yeah, I mean, the caterer and the cruise, if all they have is thinking about it.
Take you back to the jury room. We will resume the testimony momentarily.
Okay, something happened here about this. Yeah, the caterer and the cruise, because if they have no evidence of ever buying a cruise, then what's going on here? Because we know there was a dinner for Dad. And if they can't show that, or the prosecution can, if they can't, and the prosecution has something to say that cruise was never bought, was it? So thinking about buying a cruise?
If the attorneys can approach.
No, have it in open court. Yeah, we are a bit behind, so hopefully that's Dan's mother, Dan Markell, the victim. Trying to catch up here. We are a few minutes behind. What? No. Stop it. Don't. Don't have the court feed fork up now. Mads brings up something really good here. If the defense can show a couple of code words or not code words, the jury may question all the code word translations. Yeah. Oh, yes. Haley says, I also find it weird that Charlie would be
12 minutes. until 10:30.
Okay, court is
Adelson,
in
if you need to
recess.
step down and go back to council table, you're permitted to do so.
And live court feed. Okay, yeah. As Haley says here, also find it weird that Charlie would be the one finding the caterer. Yeah, why would he be the one? Donna wasn't really working. Just seems like Charlie would have been too busy with his traveling, dentistry, and girlfriend to plan a party. Yeah, I mean, I assume that Donna would be the one who did all of that. Why would he do the catering stuff? Even there, as Mads said, wrote earlier, where is the evidence of all this? Yeah, and in the recordings that we listened to yesterday, she literally screamed at Charlie she was done with the code words. And they started talking more openly. And that is something that the prosecution definitely will bring up if they're trying to. Oh, and yay, finally. We have company.
Hello.
Hey, Mo.
So is Murphy Brown crossed yet, or
Nope.
are we still on
Still on direct. And we have another guest.
Hey!
Hi, you.
Hello.
Hello!
So
Hey.
I have not been watching. Have we explained how Catherine is a mastermind yet? Because I have yet to figure out how that worked out.
They are it's still the defense case, defense direct examination. They have talked about his background, how he went into dentistry, how the family lost its money at one point in time, and
Please tell me Beanie Babies.
I
Beanie
think no, I
Babies.
think I remember from yesterday something about the dad putting his money in and was subject to a Ponzi scheme.
Oh,
So
nuts.
he lost. Oh yeah, but nothing out of the ordinary up until Charlie tried to say that the question led into Katie and hold on. I'm going to remove that for now. Katie, that him trying to say that him and Katie weren't that serious, that Katie took some things out of context. They showed a text from Charlie to her that he said to her, I mentioned you to family. And she said, yes, that means so much to me. And Charlie tried to understand to say that, oh, she took it the wrong way. And we had a brief discussion, me and the chat, about how is she supposed to. He mentioned when he says, this is my interpretation. When a guy tells a girl, by the way, I told my family about you. Isn't that supposed to mean you're getting serious?
Apparently.
In my humble opinion, that would mean you're serious. In my humble opinion, that's a natural progression to me. But I live in the Midwest, and that's kind of my Midwestern kind of down homey take.
Yeah, and these are, I don't know, because he tried to understand to say that she took it the wrong way. He wasn't serious. Now, in context, these texts about him mentioning her to family is before he took her to meet family. So the progression is dating for a few months, him mentioning her to family, and then she was brought to meet family. I mean, for me, that means you're getting serious, doesn't it?
I think it means that to everybody.
Yeah.
To play devil's advocate, he is a mama's boy, and apparently he talked to his mother like 3 hours a day as he's driving to his many, many things.
Mm.
So he might just talk to his mother like the stream of consciousness 45-minute drivel that we heard
Mm.
from Dolce Vita. So to him, it might not mean as much because he's just constantly in contact with his mother.
Mm. Yeah.
So to him, talking and mentioning her to his mother in his context might just mean like, I told my mom I had meatloaf today.
Yeah.
She's meatloaf.
I'm trying to play devil's advocate over here, but I mean, it doesn't make sense to me,
It's pretty
but
difficult right now.
Yeah. Because the defense is trying to allude that since Charlie wasn't serious, Katie, I need to keep this guy, so let's have my ex-boyfriend, my baby daddy, let's have him kill that seems to be the way the defense is going, that she did this, the absolute mastermind, that is Katie and yeah, I even though she conducted herself well on the stand, I don't see her as a mastermind planner at all. And with all the recordings, she is not the active one until she is fed up with him and the code words. Then she kind of takes charge. And yeah, the defense has an extremely thin line. Now, they are doing good asking questions, answering questions, and stuff like that. The prosecution has objected to these texts, first as hearsay, then as best evidence, which means that you have to show the entire text messages in context. And so that happened twice. They were overruled. No, twice for hearsay and then once for completion of evidence. That was sustained. And then they had a sidebar, and now they are at break. So yeah, so that is where we are now. So not much has happened, except that the defense is starting to go into the Katie stuff, that she did this apparently on her own to keep him.
do you
I don't know.
remember if she is still under subpoena, are they going to recall her?
She is still subpoenaed. She can be recalled as a rebuttal witness.
Who, Wendy?
Okay. No, Katie.
Oh,
Katie. Yeah, I think Wendy as well.
Yeah.
Is still under subpoena.
Mm.
So she can
Okay.
also be. So she's not allowed to listen in on the testimony.
Right.
And the final thing was about this daddy, Harvey, Charlie's dad, his birthday present. And then he tried to say that it was just a birthday present. They were planning on giving him a cruise. And that's
As you do.
As you do. And
Yeah.
they didn't speak up loud about it because it was supposed to be a surprise. But we know that the birthday party happened.
Did he actually
Where's
go
the
on a
receipt?
cruise?
We don't know.
Wouldn't-
It hasn't.
Wouldn't you do that at the party? Like, if you're going to give
Yeah.
someone a birthday present like that, like a big birthday present, like a cruise,
Yeah.
wouldn't you do that at the party?
Yeah.
would-
And why haven't anyone testified? Wendy didn't. She didn't say
Yeah.
anything about a cruise as a birthday present. Oh,
Yeah,
yes, we
why-
gave Dad
why
a
would-
cruise.
Why wouldn't the defense say, yeah, by the way, what was that giant big gift you guys were all secreting about?
Yeah,
You know,
secret squirrel.
yeah.
Yeah.
What did you use your Ovaltine detector ring for? Oh, it was a cruise. Okay, that's great. Wonderful. Orphan Annie is saved. It I mean, he's working with what he has. He just doesn't have a whole heck of a lot, and he keeps I know he's stopped representing other parts of the family. I understand that, but then he inexplicably will bring up Wendy or Harvey or Donna in someone else's testimony to try to clear or exculpate them for some reason, and it's very odd. Like,
Uh,
okay, so Wendy never did this, and you're like, "Well, why are we bringing Wendy into what does Wendy have to do with the price of eggs in China?" I don't she's not on trial here. Why are
Mm.
we even bringing Wendy
Yeah.
to the table?
Let's just be clear. She's going to get obliterated on cross. It's just going to be a bloodbath. It's
Yeah.
going to be
I'll,
fun.
well, it's very interesting to hear Charlie's story, and it will be really interesting to see what kind of evidence they bring in to support his this new theory, because the prosecution has done a few objections against it. And by the way, thank you for the donation via PayPal. And I know that's a different name than what's in the chat, but thank you so much for $25. Nice. Thank you so much.
Awesome possum.
Yeah. It says coffee whiskey fund. Feel like it will be needed at some point today. Thank you for all your hard work. Oh,
Well,
it's Peace
I thought today was
Peony.
Friday.
It's Peace Peony for $25. Thank you so much.
That's very sweet.
Yeah.
That is so I yelled at Mr. Mo. I was like, "You didn't put the trash out. I got it out today." And he's like, "Well, today is Thursday." And I was like, "Well, I got it out a day early, so you're welcome."
Now, while we wait for the court to come back, Mo in the deep end. Who are you?
I
Who are
am
you?
a mouthy redhead on the internet. I do newsy news at 9 and 7 p.m. And then I usually sit second seat on trials because I am a mom of 6. So I have to do transportation mom taxi stuff. But I am also working on the Delphi case, which is all shenanigans. So I try to put out videos and, I have interesting takes. I also have CRPS. So I kind of do my take on that with the Maya trial. I may have had an angry video yesterday, but I was provoked.
Yeah.
Most of my videos are not angry, though. They're funny and uplifting, and I
Yeah.
try to be a little sarcastic, a little irreverent, but bring you some fun news, some interesting news, and interesting court cases.
Yeah. Mo, I will give your information to Megan Fox, the writer, because
Okay.
she is covering the Maya trial, and I think she would be interesting to hear your take on it.
Yeah,
She
I
is,
So I
isn't
will, yeah.
thank
And
you so
excited
much.
utterance. Hella.
Hello.
Right.
Oh, hey. How's it going? Thank you for having me on. If you don't know me already, well, I might be from Australia. I might. So it might be in the middle of the night here. And yeah, so I cover all sorts of things. And also I do, as Mo said, do second chair, maybe third chair on trials because the trials tend to happen in the middle of the night for me. But I tend to cover more synopsis on trials. So I do things like overviews on cases like Koberger. I do the Murdoch Becky situation, like what the Beck. And I'm going to be doing something on Sunday called Hearsay for Days, which is going to be actually all about what people are saying about the
That's a good
trials that are
idea.
happening at the moment. Pardon?
I said that's an awesome idea. I like that.
Yeah. So what people are saying about what's been said. all the comments. Yeah, today I actually brought something from Australia, which was the mushroom lady. Oh my God. Did anyone hear about the mushroom lady?
Oh, yeah, I've heard that she used a dehydrator. She said she didn't know what she was doing, then she threw the dehydrator out, which
She
looks
panicked.
she looks a little guilty-ish.
Well, she looks somewhat,
Mm.
but who knows? I will have an update. I have an update to that already, and that she has been charged.
Yeah.
So yeah, so that's that. I also do graphic design videos. So I have a little playlist on my channel that's all about Photoshop and Canva and things like that. Looks like we're back to
Mm.
court.
He
Alright.
doesn't look as sick today.
He looks quite good today. Like he's done
Mm.
his hair and
He's not blinking as much either. He was
because the
Mm.
blinking's a sign of guilt, you know.
Oh, well, I thought he was using Morse code. My I was like,
Mm.
I thought he was saying, "Mommy, help." I was trying to dash it down. I was
Yeah.
like,
Mhm. Yeah.
"Mommy, help." And
Yeah.
I'm glad
After
that
being
Miss
after
Markle
being raised in
is
the woods for a number of years, what I know about mushrooms is, if you're not sure, don't pick them.
Yeah, that's
There's a lot
there's
of edible mushrooms that are poisonous unless you actually cook them the right way. There are some
And then,
mushrooms that are delicious that you have to cook them 3 or 4 times to get rid of the poison.
okay.
Yeah.
Does anyone know
yeah,
what temperatures in Florida? Because my guess is it's like 50 degrees. I'd be there in a tank top and everyone there's in winter clothes, and it's all of 20 degrees up here, so I'd be there in a tank top, like some flip-flops.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah. It
um,
might be the courtroom being cold because the judge like it,
maybe.
because the
Ye
judge is quite a large man, and he don't
Oh, no.
large people don't like to sweat.
Oh,
So
no, I know. It's just always when I have family in Florida, and I'd visit them in Christmas, and I'd be there in, like, a t-shirt and shorts, and they're like, don't you have a winter coat?" And I'm like, "Y'all, this is summer weather." It just tickled me. I loved
mm,
it. You know I have ADHD and can't pay attention,
mm,
but he does
yeah,
look a lot better. But again, this is, you know,
mm,
his
yeah. This will be one of the best questions in all of this. Why didn't he tell his sister he has known the entire time who killed, why they killed, and why, when she supposedly told him, "Hey, after your sister's ex," why he didn't
yeah.
why he didn't call the cops? I mean, if that's your defense now, then I mean,
In session, the Honorable Judge
I don't
Stephen
care how
Miller
much
now
I
presiding.
love my girlfriend.
Everyone
If
can
she
be
came to me
seated.
and said, "Hey, you remember your ex? Yeah, dead.
Is Mr.
Okay.
Rauschbaum back?
I'm
He stepped out for a moment, Your Honor. He'll be back.
Right.
I mean, okay, similar position. There's a reason I don't go back to the city where my first husband passed away. There are too many people
mm,
that were involved with
mm,
my life there that I just were involved in sort of the scene there and everything that were involved in that sort of life of addiction that helped him and enabled him. I don't have fond feelings of those people that enabled that.
mm,
You know, it's not that I blame him, he made his own choices, but I don't have fond feelings. So
mm,
I can't imagine Wendy saying that she's upset about it. I would have launched myself out of the witness stand. Like they would have had to, never mind. Allegedly, it would not have been
mm.
cute if I
Okay,
had found out.
sorry, I was just going to say, also
Let him know
not
we're
blinking is a sign of
resuming.
guilt.
Lord, is there anything that's a sign of innocent to these body
No.
language people?
I'm
No,
prepared to
there's
rule
nothing,
on
no.
the composite exhibit. As a composite, I am going to sustain the objections on the grounds of both hearsay and relevance,
Okay.
and also
Oh,
on 403 grounds, as it may create confusion of the issues themselves. If there are isolated portions that you wish to offer on grounds of relevance, that are relevant, I should say, and also you have a hearsay exception for, I can reconsider that.
In other
Okay,
words, it's
so
just
Are there any
BS.
statements that you wish to
Yeah.
pull out of the composite and offer separately?
I'll stand on the record, Your Honor. I believe they all go to his state of mind, as I suggested to you, showing what he was thinking on these relevant time periods. And without seeing them in the collection, you don't see his state of mind. So I'll stay on the record, but you're taking away a defense of his, which is his state of mind, and the jury should be able to see that. I'll ask questions about it, but
You certainly can examine as to generally what was going on during the time period. Again, part of this as well goes to the subject matter, which we discussed at sidebar. I don't want the jury to take away from what could even possibly be relevant in the composite to then also make that a prejudicial aspect of the deliberation in any way. You understand what I'm saying?
I do. We're happy to redact those sections, but if that would change your ruling, but
Well, even with the redactions, I think we still have to get back into specifically the 403 aspect of it and also the hearsay. But the court's ruling is what it is concerning that matter. You may examine, though, concerning the subject generally of the messages.
Judge, just for the record, I planned on doing the same thing. Oh, I have it. Oh, maybe not. No. What date was it, July 14th? Judge, I planned on doing the same thing for July 14 through 19. I won't do it considering I assume it's the same ruling, but my same arguments apply to that.
Very well, Ms. Kabelman, do you have similar objections for the entire composite block of text messages?
Yes, sir.
All right, again, if there are portions that you wish to extract from the composite that you believe that are both relevant and are not hearsay, I will certainly consider those, but as a composite exhibit, I am going to find that they would otherwise be not relevant or hearsay or create 403 issues with confusion of the issues at trial.
Judge, I understand your ruling. May I
Go
make
ahead.
just one additional argument for the record?
Go
Just
ahead.
for the record. In the state's case in chief, they were allowed to put in phone calls showing arrows that they have no idea anything said on those calls. They're essentially the same thing as
You
putting
didn't
in
object
text
to it.
messages like this, except you actually see the content, right?
The chain of the traffic versus what is actually said.
They put in every call. Okay, they put in every call between these participants on on those particular days, which, by the way, corresponds mostly to the days that I'm offering these text messages for. They put them in for their own purposes. I think I should be allowed
Those jerk
under a
faces.
403
You didn't
analysis,
object to it,
what's
counselor.
good for the
You didn't
goose is good for the
object.
gander, to put in the text
If
message
you don't object,
to show the pattern or a lack of pattern of anything. And that's what these text messages show. But I can just ask the questions, but I would like the record to reflect that under a 403 analysis, it was allowed for them. It's not being allowed for us.
I wouldn't exactly say it boils down to being that simple, but your objection is noted specifically as to what the state was permitted to demonstrate in their case in chief goes to either demonstrating motive or direct evidence of what they believe show the elements of the charges. As to these composite exhibits, and again, I don't want to get very deep into what the subject matter is, There are messages that either go to embarrassing of the other witnesses or litigants in this matter, matters that are wholly irrelevant, or matters that do not demonstrate in any way the theory of defense as the court understands it. If there are portions, again, that are specifically relevant to negating either the motive or any of the elements of the charges and are not hearsay, as argued by the defense, I will consider those separately, but as a composite on the whole, the 403 issues, the relevance, and hearsay issues, I believe, compel me to deny their admission.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's bring back in the jurors and we'll continue.
Okay, so the 403 rule is boiled down to probative versus prejudicial. And as the judge explained, these text messages and these communications seems to be more about embarrassing other witnesses, in this case Katie. So they have nothing to do with the actual case the defense wants to put up about she doing this all by herself. It's about embarrassing her. Now, we don't know the
Okay.
context or what is in those texts, or if it's maybe even can be pictures, who knows. But the judge ruled that no, this is too
Pictures.
far from the actual case and what's within the four corners of the trial.
Okay.
And as we said, he said, well, they were allowed to put in this. Now, I don't know if they had a 403 hearing about this, but if they hadn't, then he didn't object. They might have outside of court.
Everyone may be
I don't know.
seated.
Good morning,
The
Jacob.
state's objection to the exhibit is sustained. You may continue with your examination.
Yeah. His lawyer is doing
Text
great.
messages from June 2nd to June 7th, 2014.
Yes, I have.
Anything in those text messages out of the ordinary?
No.
They're text messages about what types of subjects?
Work, personal life. Just
Anything about a first attempted murder in Tallahassee?
No, not at all.
Anything about any sort of violence?
No, not at all.
Anything about any sort of panic?
No, not at all.
Yeah, as Oline read says, here.
I want to talk briefly.
Character evidence against Katie. That would be on his cross of
July 1,
Katie if they wanted those things in.
Just
And,
kind of to give you a roadmap.
If he wanted character against Katie, he had the opportunity to do that during his cross-examination of her during the state's case in chief. He can't bring them in now for Charlie, because then it's hearsay. That's my interpretation.
Now, if they bring her back, can they bring those things in, or would they still be considered embarrassment stuff?
That's up to the judge. I would assume if the prosecution brings her in as a rebuttal witness, then he will try to ask the questions, and the prosecution will object, and then you have a new 403 situation.
Okay, that makes sense.
In March, you had dinner with your sister, correct?
Yes, at Yarborough.
And we've learned that at that dinner, Sigfredo Garcia thought about killing you.
Yeah, he was stalking me with Luis Rivera.
And we've learned through this trial that a first attempted murder on Professor Markel's life happened, give or take, 6 weeks later.
Yes.
Now let's talk about July 1, which is about 3 or 4 weeks after that. By the way, up until July 1, had you ever talked to, texted with, met Sigfredo Garcia?
No, not at all.
What happened on July 1?
July 1, I was going to take Katie jet skiing, and I had the jet ski attached to the car, and I drove to her place in Miami, and I went to pick her up, and I remember it so well. I got flowers right before I picked her up. I bought flowers from the guy selling them in the middle of the street, and I picked Katie up, and we started driving out of her complex, and we got about 100, 200 feet, and this blue car comes flying out of nowhere, flies in front of us, and slams on the brakes. And I've got a car, and I'm towing a 1,200-pound jet ski behind it. And she started screaming, "That's T, that's T, that's T." And I'm like, I almost rear-ended this car. And this guy gets out of the car, and he comes over, and he's screaming every kind of four-letter word at me, threatening me. His face was real red. My windows were up. And the guy was going crazy. And, I'm kind of a little bit boxed in because the front of my car was almost against the rear of his car. So I couldn't drive past it. And I had a big jet ski and a trailer behind my car. So I ended up putting the car in reverse, doing like a little bit of a 3-point turn, a little bit, swinging the car around. He then got in his car, chased alongside of us. And you can't, if you're towing a jet ski with a car, you can't go real fast. You don't have much acceleration. He was right alongside of us, rolled his window down, was screaming all this stuff at us. And when we got to the light, it was just turning yellow, and I gunned it. I remember making a left-hand turn. And I said to Katie, I go, "That guy's fucking nuts." And she goes, "Nuts?" She goes, "He's really calmed down." I go, "What do you mean he's calmed down?" And she goes, "The old T I know would have broken your window and dragged you out into the street and beaten your ass."
Now, that evening, by the way, let's talk about, you say T. Did you know Sigfredo Garcia under another nickname as well?
Yeah, well, she referred to him as T or Tuto,
okay,
or Sigfredo.
Now, that evening, did your father call you?
Yeah.
And what did your father say to you when he called you, Harvey? What did Harvey say to you when he called you?
He was worried about me.
Why?
Because he got a threatening message on his voicemail, and the guy was saying, something to the effect of, "Next time I see you, it's going to be mano a mano. Don't fuck with me. You don't know who I am," something like that, and then hung the phone up.
Okay. Again, this was July 1, correct?
Yeah.
And this is now 17 days before Professor Markel was murdered, correct?
It was.
So we have Sigfredo Garcia thinking about killing you in March before the first attempt, right?
Yeah.
And now we have him threatening you and trying to run you off the road just 17 days before the actual murder occurred, right?
Yes.
You're aware that the state's theory is that you are co-conspirators with Sigfredo Garcia?
That's their theory.
Now let's go to
That's
July
not
5th.
entirely true. Co-conspirators doesn't mean that he
Your
has to co-conspire with all of them. Just one of them. And that, in this case, would be Katie. So,
Yeah.
Conspiracy just means that it's more than you. One more, and you have a conspiracy. So it doesn't have to prove that he conspired with Garcia, with either Tito or Toto, only titties.
Dad's birthday party. By the way, what was served at the birthday party?
We had the paella and the chef there cooking it.
Okay. And how many
God.
people approximately attended the party?
It was in their apartment. They probably had, let's say, roughly about 30.
Okay. Did you invite Catherine Magbanowa to the party?
No, I didn't.
The party was in their apartment, which was where?
It was in South Beach. It was in South Miami at the Continuum.
Now, what time did the party end?
It went from probably 7-ish to probably about 11:30, 12 o'clock.
How far is the Continuum in South Beach from your house in Fort Lauderdale?
It's every bit of 45 minutes, depending on traffic.
That evening, where did you sleep?
I slept over at Katie's house
Why did you sleep over at Katie's house?
because my brother was in town for my dad's 70th birthday party with his wife and their kids. And then my sister was in town, and then the whole family was doing stuff the next day, and it was going to be at my parents' house, at their apartment. So I didn't want to drive all the way back to Fort Lauderdale and then all the way back to Miami.
Does Katie live closer to South Beach than your home in Fort Lauderdale?
Yeah, she's probably 15 minutes away, 10 to 15 minutes.
And did you go back to your parents' apartment the next day on July 6th?
Yeah, I slept at Katie's place. It was one of only 2 times I probably ever slept there. And then I went back to my parents' place like for lunch the next day.
Did Katie come with you?
No, she did not.
Now, I want to draw your attention to June 16th and a late night work with your assistant, Erica.
Yeah.
Do you recall that?
I do.
I know you're not going to know specific times, but how late did you work with Erica that evening?
We worked till about 10 o'clock at night.
And what did you do after work?
We'd worked through dinner, so we were both hungry. So me and Erica went to go eat dinner.
And what time did you get home, approximately?
I got home about 11:45.
When you got home, did you speak with Catherine Magbanowa?
I did. We texted or I called her.
And during that conversation on the 16th, but it's really the morning of the 17th, I think, because midnight.
Yeah, it was after midnight.
What happened on that call?
Katie was questioning where I was and who I was with, and saying it was suspicious because I think I ended up calling her probably about 12:30 that night because I came home, changed, took a shower, and then when I finally called her, it was like 12:30. So she thought I was cheating on her.
And was it a heated discussion?
Yeah, I mean, I worked hard all day. You know, I didn't do anything wrong. I went out to dinner with Erica, and like she was just questioning on who I was with and what I was doing, and she was unhappy with me.
Towards the end of the discussion, what did you agree to do with Katie the next day?
I told her I actually my morning off is canceled. I don't start work until 1:45 tomorrow. I said, if you want, come up here and we'll grab lunch.
And did you have lunch with Miss Magbanowa the next day?
Yes, I did.
What happened when you had lunch with Catherine Magbanowa on the 17th?
She started all over again with like questioning me about the night before, and then she wanted to make plans with me to do dinner on Friday night, and she got very upset at me, and she was just like weirdly adamant, like, this Friday night I want to do dinner with you. Like, why are you saying you don't know? Like, you don't know you're fine to go do dinner with Erica and not call me till 12:30, and just didn't stop. And we got into a fight at lunch.
So let's take that a little bit slower.
You had a fight.
So you meet with her on the
So
17th.
she decided to.
And on the 17th, your
just-
testimony is that she was adamant that she wanted to have dinner with you on the 18th. Is that right?
Yeah.
And where did she want to have dinner with you?
She wanted to make dinner plans and go down to Miami.
Was that odd?
I mean, it was Friday night. She was my girlfriend. So from that perspective, it wasn't odd. What was odd is that she was so adamant. And when I pushed back on it, there was no push. She was like, started questioning me even more.
Now, where were you going to work on the 18th?
I was working in Jupiter.
Okay. So we're in Tallahassee. So let's just make sure everyone knows where Jupiter is compared to Miami, where Catherine McVanaway is.
Right
Where
up
she
there in the
wanted you to
sky.
have dinner.
Oh, the town.
How far is
No idea.
Jupiter from Miami?
I would say with no traffic, it's probably two hours and 15 minutes, maybe 2:30.
And so, and I might have said the wrong month. We're in July. It's July, not June. July 17th, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. So, why did you want to go all the way back down to Miami? And what did you tell
It's 2
Catherine
minutes
McVanaway?
over. That's Jupiter.
Telling Katie I'm going to be in the car for at least an hour and a half driving up to Jupiter. My back kills me when I'm in the car for that long. I got to drive back another hour and a half home. I got 2 offices
poor
I'm working
back.
in. I got 10 hours of surgery I'm doing.
My
I'm like, I
neck.
don't even
We
know what
have-
time I'm
my
getting
We
back.
have
out.
sad music.
And she was just like, oh, so it's just going to be another late night and you don't want to see your girlfriend on a Friday night?
And how did the lunch end?
I told her that I said, you're acting like a bitch. I didn't call her a bitch, but I said she was acting like a bitch.
And did you leave the restaurant?
At the transitive
Yeah, we
property.
had some words, and I put some money down on the table, and we both walked out. And I'm like, I got to get to work. I can't deal with this now.
Did you contact her, or did she try to contact you during the day of the 17th, July 17th?
She called me while I was at work around 6:30, but I was still working, and I didn't pick up the call.
When did you speak to her again?
I was pretty pissed at her, so I didn't call her until after 12 that night. After I came home, I went to the gym, took a shower. I called her after 12.
And when you called her after 12 that evening,
Yeah. Don't say to your girlfriend
Did you
that she's
apologize?
acting like a bee, because
Eventually,
you're basically calling her a
smooth
bee.
things over a little bit.
And,
Nah, it's
yeah.
completely
I felt
different.
bad for saying that to her, and she was still mad
Yeah,
at
we
me.
won't hold that against
Still
you.
wanted to see me. So
That's like
I
saying
did
you're
smooth
acting
things
like
over,
your
but not-
mother.
Nah,
Oh,
we don't
no,
think that
and you
anything of
will,
that.
and you will never bring it up 4 years later.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get off on that one fine.
I know it, Sean. You know it, Sean. Has nothing to do with it. Has nothing to do with it. I've been around for too freaking long.
Look
I'm
at this
falling in
dude's
that
eye
trap.
bags. He is on. He has. It has not worked out for him. But to be fair, I do. Look, okay. My mother will take a trash bag out of the trash can and then hang it on a doorknob because you can put more trash in it. The trash, it has more room. So I do that. Mr. Mo is vehemently against that. So he will say, you're acting like your mother. And I say, well, take it up with her. She trained me wrong.
Take it
I
off
mean,
with
you
her.
have the trash bag in the trash can, you fill it up, and then you take it out. Okay, what else can I put in it? And while you do it, you hang it on the doorknob, find something, fill it up, because otherwise it's just a waste of a trash bag.
I
yeah.
probably do, Sean Bird. I probably do.
Welcome to Nick Storrow's Trial Watch. We are talking trash bags. And speaking of trash bags, let's keep listening to Dan Markell.
Now, the next day, you have several text communications with Miss Judge. May we briefly approach?
Approach.
Okay, let's try to speed it up a bit so we don't get too far behind. There's a lot of sidebars because now he wants to bring in a text in that compendium of texts that was previously excluded, I would assume.
Day Continue, Your Honor.
You may.
That day, now we're on the 18th, July 18th. Did you speak with your sister that morning?
I did.
What do you recall talking to your sister about?
I called her in the car on the way up to work, and I ended up talking to her. She's told me that she was having the TV set repaired. I thought she had told me that Lincoln had thrown something at it and broke the screen. So she was getting the TV fixed. And then I was also, the reason I called her was because I was in a fight with Katie and I wanted to get her opinion on something. So
Oh, you called mommy
spoke to
after
her,
having a
told her what I
fight
said
with
to
your
Katie.
No, he
girlfriend.
called his
She
sister.
gave me
Wait,
Oh,
was
your
his
sister.
mom or his
Like-
sister?
like she usually does.
And again, that morning,
Holiday.
Yeah.
what do you recall talking to your sister about?
I called her in the car on the way up to work, and I ended up talking to her. She's told me that she was having the TV set repaired. I thought she had told me that Lincoln had thrown something at it and broke the screen. So she was getting the TV fixed, and then I was also
That's not what she said during testimony. Not exactly that, but I'm sure the prosecution will bring it up if I'm wrong.
No,
Huh.
but
reason I
that is
called her was
what
because I was
her
in a fight with
boyfriend
Katie
said,
and I wanted
that
to
it
get
looked
her
like
opinion on
something had broken it.
Yeah, but he said that it was in the middle of the screen, and I think Wendy said it was in the corner of the screen. So there are
No
some
one has a
discrepancies.
straight story.
No one has a straight story here.
So
It's a
I spoke to
rainbow
her and told
testimony.
her what I said to Katie, and she gave me sisterly advice like she usually does.
And again, that morning, you're in the car for quite some time.
About an hour and a half.
Where were the two? You were working at one or two offices that day.
I was working in two offices, but they're across the street from each other in Jupiter.
Okay. And during the call up to Jupiter, did you make several phone calls?
Yeah, that's my morning routine, and I was in the car for an hour and a half, so I was on the phone a bunch.
Now, there's several times where there is a phone call made, and then immediately after there's another call, and there's short calls, and then immediately after there's another call. Do you know why that was the case?
Yeah, because there's a stretch of highway between West Palm and up in Jupiter where you'll get drop calls constantly. So you'll call somebody and then you can't hear the person or it doesn't go through, and they start talking and you hang up and call them again. So the calls drop constantly up there.
Okay. Do you recall having some text message communication with a friend named Mike and also Catherine McBanawa about dinner that night?
Yes, I do.
And without getting into too many specifics, what was the general issue?
Mike wanted me to get dinner with him because his house is kind of close to Jupiter, and sometimes when I'm up that way, I'll see him. Katie was still upset about the other day and feeling like I give more time to other people and questioning why it's a Friday night and I don't want to spend it with her. I eventually just texted with Katie and I apologized for calling her a bitch and telling her I said she was
No, you
acting
said
like
she
one. I didn't
was
call her
like
one,
a
but
witch.
Evidently, to some people, there's no difference. And I shouldn't have said it. So I ended up apologizing. And
Yes, no,
making
you
dinner
shouldn't have
plans.
said it.
So you chose to make dinner plans with Katie that night, correct?
Yeah.
And where the dinner plans were going to actually happen, did you get that far in making specific plans?
No, but I said I just want to do something casual in Fort Lauderdale. I don't want to get all dressed up and head to Miami.
Okay. Now, the second office you're working in for a little period of time, right? That evening.
Right.
In other words, let me rephrase.
Yeah.
You had a bunch of surgeries in the second office, right?
Yeah, they're usually packed.
I have this notion that Charlie is one of these, my boy can't do anything wrong. and he keeps calling his mother or his sister to, I didn't do anything wrong, right?
Why is this? Why are women always crazy and being mean to me? Yeah, that kind of thing. Like, I don't understand why people are always so mean to me. And they're like, no, you're not the jerk. Everyone around you's the jerk.
Yeah, and I started saying this years and years ago. If you meet an asshole in the morning, you met an asshole. No big deal. If everybody you meet that day is an asshole, it's probably you.
That's true.
And do you recall from a text message that around a little after 6, you were about to start a big procedure?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, you hear from your mom. How do you hear from your mom?
I had a missed call from her, 1 or 2 missed calls, and then she texted me, "Call us ASAP."
And why did you miss? Why did you miss the calls? What were you doing?
I was in surgery.
Okay. After she texted you, call her ASAP. What did you do?
I stopped what I was doing. I could see the text messages on the phone as they come in, so I knew it was important. I stopped what I was doing, and I called her right back.
When you called her back, what did she tell you?
She told me that Wendy had just called her, and that Dan had been shot, and that it was serious, and that her and my dad are going to be going up to Tallahassee to be with her.
How did you react?
I was shocked. I said, "Is he okay? Is he going to be okay? Are the boys okay? Or Wendy's okay? Like what happened?"
And what did your mom tell you?
She said she didn't know any details, that it was really serious, and that Wendy's with the police right now, and they're questioning her.
Now, after you got off the phone with your mom, what did you do?
I went back to work.
Okay. And did you have some communications with people after that through text messages about how you were feeling?
I did.
And generally speaking, how were you feeling?
I wasn't feeling great. I was pretty upset about what I just heard.
Now, around what time, if you remember, did you leave the office?
Probably about between 8:20 and 8:30.
Okay. And again, it's a pretty far drive, correct? Even
Yeah.
at that time of night.
Yeah, there's no traffic at that time, so I could speed a little bit. But
On your car ride home, did you make phone calls?
yes, I did.
And in particular, and we'll do it one at a time, did you speak with Catherine Magbanawa?
Yes, I did.
And what did you tell Catherine Magbanawa on your ride home?
I told her that my ex-brother-in-law had been shot, and it's serious. And I just told her I really didn't feel like going out tonight, and just hang out at the house if you still want to come over. She said, "No, I'm still coming to see you."
How did she seem?
Seemed normal. I mean, she seemed concerned, but nothing out of the ordinary.
Now, are you aware that after that phone call, Catherine Magbanawa had to frantically go around and try to get a babysitter for her kids?
No, not at all.
Now, did you speak with your mom on the way home to your house?
Yeah, like I called my parents also from the car.
And what did you find out from your parents?
That they were getting ready to leave, and that they were heading up to they were going to head up to Tallahassee, and that they were going to probably stop up in Orlando because it's late, and they wouldn't get up there till. So they're going to spend the night in Orlando and then go.
Speculation, but if you just found out that your ex-brother-in-law has been killed, why is everybody going up there and not telling Wendy, lock yourself in and then get down here?
Well,
Why is everybody going towards the threat?
he wasn't dead yet. Remember, he survived 14 hours, and they weren't scared because their
They,
actions right there show they weren't scared of this
yeah,
potential threat.
yeah.
So
They,
that's what
they,
the prosecution's going to say.
yeah, they, yeah. In a prosecution, yeah, of course, everybody goes up there because, I mean, speculatively, up north where my sister lives, something happens near her. I'm telling her, uh, you need to remove yourself from there. Now, if it's I can't, I have too much. Okay, now I'm driving up there, and but just everybody go to the threat. No, not everybody go to the threat.
Well,
The
it's
person who has
also
the least to lose goes up there and get them out of there.
yeah, I would send my childless playboy thingy guy up there.
Mm,
A strong male who's apparently been, going to the gym and he's strong and he babbles all the time. I would send my strong male relative to go get them.
yeah,
Charlie, you take a first flight out there. You get my daughter, my daughter and my grandchildren, and you bring them here.
mm,
Unless the police had instructed Wendy not to leave,
Mm.
or you stay there with them until we know what's going on.
mm,
But by their actions, they show that they're not afraid
yeah,
and they're
yeah,
leisurely taking their time. Again, they could have taken a plane up there if they were really, invested. They chose to drive. He chose to go back home.
yeah. Up north, nobody screws with the family, and let's leave it at that.
Just like the mafia or something.
No, well, it's just. I mean, I may or may not have been quite bullied in my teenage years because I was very, very thin, and then I grew, and then they stopped.
Hey,
Yeah,
Go up to Tallahassee.
David.
Now, you've seen text messages in this case where there's some indication your mom says outside your house, and 20 minutes later, after that text message, you
I'm
say
going up to
10 minutes. Do you recall those
1.25
text
so we can
messages?
catch
Yes,
up
sir.
a bit.
Did you see your parents that evening?
No, not at all.
When your mom says outside your house, does that mean to you that she was actually at your house?
No, it meant that she was passing by my house outside it on the vicinity, seeing if I was home.
On the phone call that you had with your mom on the way home, did you discuss anything about your parents stopping at your house?
Yeah, I said, text me when you're close. If I'm home, stop by and see me because my house is a football field length away from the exit of the turnpike.
And when they were close, were you anywhere near your house?
No, and I missed their text. I didn't get home for 40 minutes after that text came through.
When you got home, what did you do?
When I got home, I changed, took a shower. I took a shower, changed, and I played phone tag with Katie to see where she was at. I think I talked to her after I got out of the shower, and she was going to be heading over to hang out with me.
I'm currently having a cat at my feet, so I'm keeping them very, very.
You have a text with your friend Mike that said you went to the gym. Do you have a gym? Did you go to the gym?
No,
Do you know if you worked out in your house that night?
I don't know. I've got some workout equipment in the house, so I may very well have, but I didn't go to the gym that night.
He did Tybo.
Your friend Mike wanted to have dinner with you that night, right?
Yeah,
Now,
Zumba.
when you get to the house, you said you called Katie after your shower. Why did you call her?
to see if she was still planning on coming over and what time she was going to be there because it was already like 10:15.
And did she come to your house that night?
Yeah, she said she was going to be leaving shortly. And I think I even said either text me or call me when you're on your way.
Did she actually come to your house that evening?
Yes, she did.
Oh, yeah.
Around what time did she arrive?
She got there about 11 o'clock.
What happened when she arrived?
When she arrived to my house, she came in through the garage, entered into the kitchen from the side door like she always does. And she just looked panicked and upset. I mean, she walked straight in and gives me this big, tight hug and asked me, like, are you okay? And I said, yeah, just a horrible day. But she looked more upset than I've ever seen her. I'm like, are you okay? She's like, no, I'm not. I'm like, what's wrong? She's like, just come sit down. I need to talk to you.
Where did you go?
We walked into the living room.
And what happened when you got to the living room?
We sat down on the couch and she started to talk to me. And she said, listen, this is all my fault. I had no idea this was going to happen, but this is totally my fault.
Hearsay.
I spoke in too much detail about your family's personal problems, about your sister, Dan Markel, and the $1 million offer.
What did you say?
I'm like, what are you talking about? And she's like, my friend killed Dan, and he wants to be paid $1/3 of $1 million.
What's the objection?
How did you
Objection,
react?
objection.
I was like, what did you just say? And she's like, my friend killed Dan, and he wants you to pay $1/3 of $1 million.
What happened next?
I stood up and I started cursing at her. I'm like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? And she's like, no. I'm like, who did this? Who's your friend that did this? And she's like, I don't want to say. I can't say. And I said,
Why no
who
objections?
was it? She just
What's
said, I'm
going
not
on?
going to tell you. And I was like, was it Sigfredo? And
Maybe maybe the prosecution is so this is cockamamie. I'm just not even going to honor it with objections. They have nothing to back it up other than his words, and his words are going to be destroyed on cross.
Yeah, but
I mean,
at a certain point, they probably will. But
yeah,
as for now, they don't know his story. They need his story to have something to argue against. That
yeah.
pure tactical, because the prosecution has zero knowledge about what Charlie is about to say here. So they need the information.
Okay.
So
But the absolute BSery is okie dokie, smoky.
Like they're letting him hang himself.
yeah, and here's the thing: he's talking about they want 1/3 of the $1 million. Okay, so how come they only got 100K then? Did you haggle down to 100,000?
They got it on clearance.
Did you haggle?
Yes.
I mean,
they got
instead
a
of going to the
deal.
cops, you decided to let's haggle. Yeah, you're in a Moroccan bazaar. Let's haggle about this thing.
Oh my gosh. I don't know if I feel better about them getting a clearance deal or not, because I'm a clearance gal. But this is no, it still doesn't raise them in my eyes. Yeah.
Yeah. At this point, yes, Dan is still in the hospital. The $1 million offer is the offer that the family was supposed to offer to Dan to give up his boys when his son, the kids, to have Wendy relocate to Miami. They were planning on offering Dan $1 million.
And was it ever established that Catherine ever knew about this plan in detail?
No.
I mean, I know Charlie talks his butt off, but who was she supposed to have heard this from? From him, or because I don't imagine that Charlie would have gotten into Wendy's divorce. I think Charlie would have talked about a perpetual Charlie cloud, not my sister's divorce cloud of whatever goes on in Charlie's head.
Yeah, and here's the thing. He knows Katie. At this time, they have been dating for 5 months, 6, almost half a year. And he already knows about her ex being not the best of men. Why would he talk to her about $1 million? I mean, there's a lot of things that doesn't add up here with his story. And again, they might go into objections quite soon after now when I stopped. I have no idea. But they need him to incriminate himself because they don't know what he's going to say. And
True.
I am quite sure that the defense lawyer have no idea either. Yeah,
I'm
but we need to
Pretty-
catch up here. We need to catch up here.
pretty sure that
And
they
she's
didn't
like,
want
no,
him to
I'm not telling
testify.
you. And I just walked in my bedroom and sat down on the edge of my bed.
What happened when you got in the bedroom?
She came into the bedroom, followed after me. She sat down next to me. She started telling me like, I'm so sorry. This is all my fault, but I didn't know any of this was going to happen. And I'm like, Katie, I'm not going to be part of this shit. Like, I'm not going to be part of paying for a murder. This is insane. And she's like, look, if you don't pay in 48 hours, they will kill you. And I said, Katie, I feel like I'm getting extorted now.
How did she respond to that?
She got really mad at me. She got angry. And she's like, look, I'm not extorting you. She's like, I got dragged into this the same way you got dragged into this. She's like, it's my fault for running my mouth the way I did, but I'm not extorting you. Like, I'm trying to help you.
There is
So
zero.
she goes, what are you going to do?
evidence to
You're going
this.
to go to the police? She goes, you go to the
Zero.
police, they'll kill you.
Did she tell you that they would just kill you, or they would also kill other people?
She said, he'd come after you, he'd come after the family. Like, Charlie, you don't have a choice. Just pay the money. You said you had the cash. You said you were going to pay a third. Like, just do it. Like, I'm trying to help you out.
What did you do then?
I said, Katie, I don't have $350,000 cash. And she's like, you said you did. And I was like, no, I cash isn't. I can write a check for $350,000. I don't need to take out a loan. And she's like, well, you have a ton of money in your safe. And I said, Katie, I don't have that much in my safe. I do have a lot. And I said, come take a look. And I walked over to my safe. I opened it up. I'm like, here, take a look. I took it out in piles, put it on the dresser next to us. And I said, go ahead and count. That's not $350,000.
And did she count it?
What? She just said these they killed your ex-brother-in-law. They want $350,000, and you are opening the safe to her. A person who just said my whatever killed your ex. You're opening the safe for someone who is potentially a threat to you.
He's a smart guy.
No, I don't buy this at all.
Well, no. He watched one very, very bad, I don't know, Death Wish movie, and he's like, this is exactly how it happened, guys.
My cat is having
That
a zoom
face.
around my yeah.
Can
I'm
someone
an
keep that
expert
face?
in pausing. I'm
That
an
is
expert in
that is a
pausing.
thumbnail for tomorrow.
Yeah, that's
It was at that moment he knew he'd done smelled up.
Yeah, I am capturing this.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's
Thank you. What should we call this face?
This
I-
is well, I'm trying.
I'm trying to hold in a thought.
Yeah, this is definitely. Well, this is holding in my confession.
Yeah, and I saw he's the defendant of the prosecution has evidence against this. Well, this is the defense case in chief. This is what they allege in contrary to the prosecution's evidence. They have zero. The defense so far has absolute yak crap that supports what Charlie's
True.
saying. So what they can do is rebut it, and they will go hand in basket or whatever during cross-examination with this.
Yeah, at this point,
this
he
is
has
where in the point where you more or
4'11"
less
chick that he could
Yeah.
subdue and
Yeah.
say, "You're coming to get the cops are coming."
Yeah. Or count it, then slowly back out the door, lock it, lock yourself into the bathroom and call the 911. Yeah, the defense has no obligations to prove anything. That's correct. But this is the defense they are putting up. And me and the jury would expect to see some form of receipts or evidence of this actually happening. And But yeah, we need to listen to
She
more.
did.
How much money did she count?
138,000.
So it wasn't 100,000, it was 138,000.
Correct.
What did she do with the $138,000?
She put it in her. She had a big purse. She put it in her purse, and she asked me. She goes, "When? How can you get the rest?" And I'm like, "Hey, that's all cash I've saved up from forever." And she said, "Can you go to your parents and get it?" And I was like, "If I go to my parents, my dad will go to the cops in a second. Like, there's no way I'm going to be able to stop my dad from going to the police. Like, I could never say anything to him."
What happened next?
She asked me. She said, "Well, can you pay like $3,000 a month?" And I said, "Yeah, I can do that."
That's
Now, at this point in
100
time-
months. No, 200 months
Did you have any idea that she was part of the
to get
extortion?
up to
No, she kept saying it was all her fault.
300,000.
that she
He's
didn't know
missing
any of this was gonna
200,000.
And
3,000
she was
in a
upset.
month? That's bullshit.
What did she do next?
She took her purse, her keys, and her phone. And she's like, "I'm going to go call my friend and see if this works for him, and I'm going to try to help you out." And she walked out of the house, and my bedroom was right next to the front door. She walked out of my bedroom outside of the front door, and closed the door behind her.
When she went out of the house, what did you do?
I just paced around my house, and I remember sitting in the living room. I got a wood coffee table, and I was just sitting on the coffee table, just in shock, thinking, "What the fuck just happened?"
What happened when she came back in the house?
She came in the house, and she was
You need to
being a
explain why
good
he
guy
didn't
and
call the
telling me
cops.
that she's going to look out after me, and she's so sorry this happened. It's the same thing she was saying beforehand, and that she was going to make sure that nobody pays me a visit. And she's like, "I spoke to him. You can pay $3,000 a month, or you can pay the rest off." She goes, "But the $3,000 a month you're paying doesn't go towards the balance."
What did you do after she told you that?
I just said fine, and I walked downstairs into the kitchen, and I was shaking, and I took a bar of Xanax,
Where did you go?
and I walked outside from the kitchen through the sliders into the backyard, closed the sliding glass door behind me. She got the picture. I wanted to be alone, and I just sat outside behind my house for a while.
We have seen this in the Jodi Arias trial. We have seen it in the Depp v. Heard. Irrelevant details.
Yeah.
Completely irrelevant details to boost your testimony in to try to be more believed. Irrelevant details. As in, I never knew the carpet was that dirty. Or in the Depp v. Heard thing that Heard claimed when she was thrown to the floor, that she all of a sudden froze and watched how dirty the carpet was and went into detail about that. Or in the Jodi Arias trial, when she talked about, the car was broken down and this is how and why and this and this and this, instead of talking about how abusive Travis was. Irrelevant details to boost the testimony.
He should have gone with ninjas. Let's be honest.
Yeah, but we are getting
Now,
we are getting
When
way
you came
behind.
back into the house, what was she like?
She was just apologizing, just telling me that her friend's crazy. She's so sorry, and she ran her mouth too much about everything, about the $1 million offer, and she was telling me that she was going to protect me.
Did she take a Xanax as well?
I don't know if she did. She may have, but I didn't give her one.
Oh, he's
Did
pulling
she
a
spend the
Thor.
night that night?
She did sleep over that night.
Now, why didn't you kick her
I'm
out?
sorry. He must have seen Thor.
I was in the state of shock, and I didn't think she had anything to do with it. I didn't even want to believe that she had anything to do with it.
When you came back in the house, what happened to you next?
The Xanax was really starting to set in. It's probably about a half hour I was outside. I remember.
I guess I have a
sitting
co-host.
down. I sent a text to my parents to see if they were up and running yet, or where they were, and then I just I
Hello,
laid down in bed, and
Jinx.
I passed out pretty soon after that.
The next morning, when did she leave?
She left about 8:30 in the morning.
And how was she in the morning? How was she acting?
She was apologizing and telling me how sorry she is, and she was blaming herself and saying it's all my fault for running my mouth, and telling my friend about this. And she was just telling me that she was going to protect me and that I wasn't going to get a visit from anybody.
What did she tell you anything in particular before she left the house?
Yeah, she told me, whatever you do, she said, please don't tell anybody about what happened. Like, don't tell anybody about this. I don't never talk about this. Never talk about it on the phone. She said, never call me up and start talking about this. And the last thing she said to me is like, can we just pretend like this never even happened?
She leaves the house. And we're going to get into specifics, but that day, July 19th, where do you go?
I don't leave the house. I was home all day.
What were you thinking and what were you doing when you were home on the 19th?
I was sleeping a bunch. I think I took probably some more Xanax, just trying to relax, and I was just real upset.
That morning, did you speak with your parents and with Wendy Adelson?
I did. I talked to my parents that morning.
And what did you find out?
I found out that Dan had died
And why did you call Wendy Adelson?
because that was the first call I called after my parents told me that, to see how she was, see how the boys were.
Now, you're home alone the entire day of the 19th. Did you think about going to the police?
I thought about it, but I thought I'm going to get killed if I go to the police. It's not going to bring Dan back. It just seemed like a bad idea.
Over the days following, did you continue to go back and forth about whether to go to the police or not?
Every time I thought about it, I thought through what could happen to me, what would be the benefit versus the pros versus the cons.
And why didn't you go to the police?
I thought if I went to the police that they'd kill me.
Oh, not the police.
Now,
Right.
there are some text messages into evidence on the 19th. Text messages between you and Catherine Magbanua. I think there's 3 of them. Do you recall those text messages?
Yeah, we texted during the day.
And there are text messages about the weather and pool and Catherine Magbanua going to the pool. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
What are those text messages about?
I was trying to show her that I was trying to pretend like this didn't even happen. Like, I think one of the texts said I'm going to the gym. I didn't go to the gym that day. My phone will show I never left my house.
Yeah.
Now-
Let's see here.
You say that she said that you could pay all at once or you could pay $3,000 a month. That's what her friend would accept, right?
I mean,
Yes.
that's 66 months.
Did you think about paying it all at once?
I thought about it. I thought, if I'll do it and it'll get these people out of my life forever. But then I thought, this is extortion. One thing I know about extortion is it never
That's
ends.
5 years
So
of
if I paid it all
installment.
at once,
Yeah,
more
that's
of a reason that they come kill me.
why.
Or
No.
if I pay it all off, you're going to come back and ask for more money.
In the days following the extortion, did your sleeping habits change?
Yes.
What did you start doing?
I slept with a gun in my nightstand ever since then. And I started carrying my gun on me also.
Yeah, I don't buy this.
I'm showing you it's marked for identification purposes only as Defendant's Exhibit 51 and Defendant's Exhibit 52. Can I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Take a look at those. Do you recognize those items?
I do.
Judge, I would move Defendant's Exhibit 51 and 52. Well, before I move in 52, the 52 are some text messages. Are those text messages that you recognize that you kept in your ordinary course of dealings with text messages?
Yes, they are.
I would move in at this time 51 and 52.
Any objection from the state?
I have not reviewed these.
Please let Ms. Keppelman look at 51 and 52.
One third of a million was what they wanted. He gave 138,000, or she stole. He was robbed.
Defense 51 and 52 are admitted at this time.
That leaves about 200,000.
On July,
months.
within
That's 5
11
years.
days
I mean,
after your extortion, did you do anything in particular to your house and to the Adelson Institute?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
A few days after it happened, I called up a camera guy and I got a whole system set of cameras installed in my house and in my office, like pointing out to the parking lot also.
Judge, may I public?
checking for police so you
I'm
can
showing
get
you
away
it's
sooner. I don't.
Marked as. Actually, let me show you the original. I'm showing you it's marked as Defendant's Exhibit 51.
I mean, both can be true that he
Is
paid
this,
them off and then they
a
wanted
check
installments
for
to
cameras?
keep quiet.
Yes, it
But
is.
that doesn't
And
exclude him
how
from
much did
paying
you
them
pay for
off.
the camera system?
I paid $2,140.
And what date was the check made out for?
7/30/2014.
And in the memo line, what does it say?
Says camera.
I'm showing you some text messages from a couple days earlier. And these are text messages between you and your parents, and you and camera Adriel. Who's camera Adriel?
Adriel is the name of the guy who installed the cameras. So I just put his name in my phone as camera. So it's easy to look up. Camera Adriel.
And here are you indicating that you put cameras in your house as well as the Adelson Institute?
Yeah, that's why there's 2 DVRs. There was one for the house and there was one for the office, and it's 23 cameras in total.
Why did you think it was so important to put all of a sudden a camera system up?
It was I was worried about my safety. I fully expected these people to come back and possibly try to kill me. So I just wanted to beef up my security system in the house and the office.
Okay, I want to switch gears a teeny bit. What was your sister like in the weeks following the murder?
She
Are
she
we
was a wreck.
bringing up Wendy?
She looked horrible. She didn't leave the house. She wasn't eating.
Before we go into that subject, I want to bring up one other thing about the cameras. Are there text messages earlier in the year where your parents are asking you to put up cameras at the Adelson Institute?
We talked about it, and I actually had a camera system at my house, but it was older and it was antiquated, and it didn't work really good. It was from like 2008, so the technology was 6-7 years old.
Those text messages earlier in the year to put up a camera system at the office, had you ever acted upon that?
No, we talked about it, but I never got around to it.
It's not until within a week or so after you're extorted that you act upon that, correct?
Yeah, I called the camera guy about 3 or 4 days after I got extorted, and then it took him like a week to get the cameras and to set up an appointment to install it.
Let me ask you another question. And we're going to get to your mom learning what happened. But before we get there, after you were extorted, did you tell anyone about what happened to you?
No, I told nobody.
Why not?
Katie told me before she left my house that morning, she's like, you cannot talk to anybody about this. Don't ever talk about this with anyone. Don't ever talk on the phone about it. Don't even talk to me about this ever again. Like, nobody can find out, but I'm going to protect you.
Let's get back to Wendy.
Okay.
So I think you said Wendy was a mess.
Yeah.
Did there come a time when you went out to dinner with your sister?
Yes.
And how long after the murder was that?
I'd say it was about 2 weeks after, maybe even a hair more, but around about 2 weeks.
And what happened when you went out to dinner with her?
I picked her up. I said, what do you feel like getting? You want to get pizza? You want to get sushi? And she's like, I love sushi. So I said, all right, I'll take you to I'll take you to a really good place for sushi.
Where did you go?
We went to a restaurant called Juvia. And it's actually a pretty fancy sushi place.
What happened during the dinner?
She got really sick. When we got to the restaurant, we didn't have a reservation or anything. They sat us at the bar. They served us a drink at the bar, and it was one of those like martinis that have like 3 shots in them, so they're strong. And then we sat at the dinner table.
Were you drinking and celebrating the death of Professor Markel?
Absolutely not. We sat at the bar waiting for a table for an hour, and then when we sat at the table, we each had 1 drink.
Now, I want to move on to August. Well, before we get there, sorry. In July,
Good point.
did you break up with Catherine Magbanua?
Yes.
How did you break up with her?
This happened on a Friday night. And I'd say within a week, I met her. I said, "Come, let's have dinner," and we went out for tacos. And I said, like, we can't do.
So a week or so later, after she robbed you, she told you about her friend's killing, you decided, hey, let's break up with her. That can't cause any risk to me.
Yeah, really? Are you kidding?
Yeah, no. Yeah, I don't. And again, oversharing of irrelevant details. Why do we care about how many drinks you took?
3 shots for 1 martini?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, exactly, old Iron. He wasn't afraid to break up with her. Isn't that weird? And nothing happened.
This anymore. I don't want to be in a relationship with you.
How did she react?
I think she knew it was coming. I mean, there was no surprise on her part.
Now, in August, did you see her?
I saw her one time in August.
Why did you see her in August?
I saw her one time in August to pay her $3,000 for her friend.
When you paid her the money in August, how did you pay her?
I paid her $3,000 in cash.
And at this point in time, did you know that she was actually part of the extortion?
No, I thought she was not part of it. I was a little suspicious, but she just kept telling me that how sorry she was, and she was adamant that she had nothing to do with it and didn't know this was going to happen.
When you gave her the cash in August, did she make any request of you?
Yes, she did.
What request did she make?
She said, look, none of this money's going to her. She's giving all the money to her friend. She said, could you do me a favor? I need to get health insurance for my kids. Like, I'm helping you out. Nobody's going to ever pay you a visit. Can you give me $2,000 in cash for my friend and write me a check for $1,000 every month? And that way, she said she'll cash it, give the money to her friend, and then that way she can get health.
They
I
are
stole money
haggling
from
about,
you. But
and then the
please buy
payment
my
plan,
health
and then
insurance.
haggling, and yeah. EU, you're tired. And,
It's only 2 a.m.
oh, all right, yeah. Go get some sleep, and everything, and if I'm still streaming when you wake up, you're more than welcome to join again.
Lovely. Thank you so much for having me. And Mo, mwah.
Yeah, and
And now-
everybody, go over and subscribe to Excited
Thank you
Utterance.
so much. Thank
Yeah.
you so much. I'll see you again soon, and I'll keep this on whilst I'm like fading.
Yeah. Yeah, all right. Thank you for being here.
Love you. Love you. See you soon. Bye bye.
See you soon.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
And I'm gonna hop off for a lunch break. I've got to so I will be back as soon as I'm done. And
Yep.
I will see you in a little bit.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. And the rest of us will keep doing this. Go over to Mo in the Deep End and subscribe to her and watch everything she has done. And give
Thank
her
you
all the
so
thumbs
much.
up. Yeah.
Yeah, I have to be back before Murphy Brown comes up. I mean, Miss Kappelman. She'll always be Murphy Brown in my heart. Bye, guys. I'll be right back.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. We will keep listening to this one.
Insurance for her kids.
Okay, so let's break that down a little bit. She says to you she needs health insurance for her kids.
Mhm.
And she says to you, I'm getting none of the money at all.
Yeah, she said none of this is going to her.
But it would really help me if 1,000 of the $3,000 can be in the form of being on the books of your business, essentially. Yes. And did you say to her, Catherine, we just did a murder. I can't put you on the books of the business because that creates a paper trail.
No, we didn't just do a murder. I just got extorted.
Now, what did you say to her when she made you that request?
I said, I'll do it for you. No problem. I mean, I wanted to keep her happy.
Now, before you did that for her, what did you have to do?
I had to call my mom because she does the books at the office. I don't even have the checkbook. And I called her up and I said, I want to put Katie on payroll at the office for $1,000 a month.
When you called your mom, what did she say to you?
She said, was Katie going to be coming into the office? She's going to start working for us. And I said, no, she's not. And she's like, well, what's Katie going to be doing? And I go, oh, she's just going to be helping me out with some stuff and different things. it's a long story.
Oral services.
And I think my mom was someplace when I was talking to her on her cell phone because she didn't question me much after that.
Did you make any special requests to your mom about how the checks would be made?
Yes, I did.
What was your request to your mom?
I said, put them as like, give me like 4 or 5 checks at a time because I just want to hand them to her like that. So I said, write me a bundle of checks at a time.
Why did you want your mom to give you a bundle of checks at a time?
Because I only planned on seeing her 1 time a month, and that was to make the extortion payment. So I figured if I gave her 4 or 5 checks each time, that's all I planned on seeing her.
Now, sometimes did you give her less than 4 or 5 checks at a time?
Not that I can recall.
Now, did there come a time when you went to go pick up the checks from your mom?
Yes.
And where did you go to pick up the checks?
I went to my parents' apartment.
And who was there when you came to pick up the checks?
My mom was there, and I don't think my dad was there at the time. He wasn't there at that time.
Was he there or
No,
wasn't he?
she was alone. There was no one else there.
Now, when you went to go pick up the checks, what happened and what do you remember?
I remember walking in, saying hi to my mom, and she's like, "Oh, the checks are over there on the counter like you asked for." And I saw there was a white envelope and there was a stack of checks sitting there. And she said, what's Katie doing for you? And I thought we'd already addressed it, but she's working at the office. And I'm like, no, I told you she's not. She's like, well, $1,000 a month is a lot of money to pay somebody. And she's like, what exactly is she doing for you? And I said, it's a long story. And then she said, well, I'm your mom. Like, tell me. Like, don't just tell me it's a long story. So this time she was like, and I was face to face with her, and she was more persistent in asking me, what the heck's going on? Are you still dating her? And I'm like, no, we're definitely not dating anymore. She's like, well, why are you giving her $1,000 a month? This makes no sense.
What happened next?
I told my mom, I wanted to tell somebody because if I get killed, at least somebody will know where to look or what it could have been about. So I wanted my mom to know what happened, but I also didn't want her saying anything to anybody. So
now he's telling mom, and nobody's calling the cops. Now he's telling mom, and nobody's telling Wendy. I don't buy this.
I told my mom, I said, listen, I'm going to tell you something, but I never want to talk about it again. I never want you to talk to me about it on the phone. Don't talk about it anywhere. And please, whatever you do not say anything to Dad. Do not say anything to Wendy. Do not try to make me go to the police because I'm not going. You got to promise me all that, and then I'll tell you.
And what did you tell your mom?
I told her that the night of the 18th, I got extorted for $250,000.
How did your mom react?
She flipped out, and she's like, well, what do you mean? Like,
and remember, this is not towards the jury, but mom and dad, Donna and Harvey, were subpoenaed. And they said, we will plead the fifth on everything. Again, this was before his testimony. And let's see if Donna and Harvey, what happens next. If the prosecution wants to, let's see what happens.
What is this about? Like, you know who killed Dan?
What did she want to do?
She wanted to go to the police.
And what did you tell her?
I said, absolutely not. I said, it's not going to bring Dan back. You're just going to end up getting me killed, or they'll come after somebody in the family.
What was agreed upon between you and your mom that evening?
That she was never going to say anything to anybody.
How about to your dad?
Not my dad, not my sister.
Remember the bump? Donna was walking down the street, and all of a sudden this big person who looks like a gangbanger hands her a note saying he knows everything. Not a reaction from her. She claimed in the recordings, I don't know anything, and all of this, and no.
Why were you so persistent with your mom that you couldn't tell your dad or your sister?
Because I thought they'd go to the police. I didn't think there'd be any way to stop them. These people told me that. I mean, I was told the night of the extortion, you got 48 hours to pay up or you're going to get killed. These people were not messing around.
Now, your mom gives you the checks, the first set of checks
Yes.
that day.
Yes.
And do you remember what month that was?
That was in September.
After she gave you those checks, would you periodically have to meet with your mom and get more checks?
Yeah, but not. I didn't even realize the staff got paid biweekly, so they got their checks every 2 weeks. So when I'd asked her for 4 or 5 checks, I was thinking like that would be good for the month. I didn't realize that was going to be like, 8-10 weeks.
Did your mom bring this subject up again?
She would ask me, "Are you okay?" She asked me, "Do you need anything?" She also said, "Do you need money?" I'm like, "No, I don't want you guys getting involved. It's bad enough that I'm involved in this."
Okay, we're headed up
For the next
towards lunch.
20 months, what did you do with regards to money and Catherine Magbanua?
Every single month, when I met her, I gave her $2,000 and the stack of checks to carry her forward.
And again, what did you think she was doing with those checks?
I thought she was cashing the checks and giving the $3,000 to her friend.
Now, we've heard a lot about gifts. We've heard about Lexus with 160,000 miles. We've heard about plane tickets. We've heard about, I guess, breast augmentation, but let's put that aside because I think that's a different category. We've heard about a whole host of gifts regarding over the next 20 months, you giving a bunch of gifts to Catherine Magbanua. You recall that testimony in this courtroom?
Yes, I do.
The gifts that you gave to Catherine Magbanua, was that part of the extortion? Were those extortion payments?
No, not at all.
What were the gifts?
The gifts were me trying to keep Katie happy. And I didn't think Katie was any part of this extortion at all because she was constantly broke. I mean, she'd be hitting me up for $300. I mean, there's no way that she was getting that $3,000 and then asking me for $300 or running short on this or running short on that or can't pay a car bill.
So I want to make sure that we're crystal clear here. The fact that she was always saying she was broke, did that make you more certain or less certain that she was not part of the extortion?
It made me more certain that there's no way that she's involved. I mean, she's telling the truth. The extortion never went up. I mean, she could have just raised the extortion payment instead of having to ask me for money. Every time she was asking me for money, I actually felt good. I felt like she wasn't part of it.
You have a moment, Your Honor.
Take your time.
Yeah, I want to hear you. It doesn't add up for me in this situation, and now nothing here adds up. Because
Showing you Defendant's Exhibit 56 and 57 for identification purposes only.
I admire Sean Bird for keeps for his that he will wait for cross before.
Do you recognize these text messages?
I do.
One of those text messages from December 2nd, 2014.
Admirable,
Yes, it is.
Sean Bird,
And it's,
that you want
one of
to
them from
keep your judgment
November
until then.
25, 2015.
Yes, it is.
Are these text messages, do you recognize them as being kept in your ordinary course of business?
Yeah, there was text messages from my phone.
Judge, I would move in these exhibits at this point in time.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are admitted at this time. Defense 56 and 57, I believe.
Yes. May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
The first message is from December 2nd, 2014, Defendant's Exhibit 56. And Katie is, oh, wait.
Wait for it to revoke.
Go away. Do it a different way. I'm gonna make everyone sick. Do you recall her asking for a favor that she needs to borrow from you in December of 2014?
Yes.
Do you recall in November of 2015, she's talking about how she's embarrassed because her credit card was declined?
That old David said, yeah.
Now, as time went on, let me back up. After the extortion, you break up with her.
Yes.
and you see her only once a month or so.
It was once a month, except for the occasion of maybe there's one other time, 1 or 2 times.
Now, your communications with her in August and September, and maybe the first part to most of October of 14, through text messaging, do they dwindle, stay the same, or go up?
No, I was trying to have limited contact with her.
And as time goes on, however, what happens to your relationship?
I become more sure that she's not part of the extortion at all. And it really what I was going by is how broke she was. There's no way she got all this money and she's so broke and she's still working. And we became friendly again. Our relationship was very different, but it was different, but stronger because I needed her for my safety.
Okay. And so you've seen some of the emails, and I'm sure the state will show you a bunch of these emails in cross-examination where it's clear in the emails that you're learning a lot about each other. You're texting each other somewhat. You're talking as if you're friends.
We were friends. We weren't boyfriend and girlfriend anymore. That ended, but she was protecting me.
Now, during this entire period of time before the bump, we're not at the bump yet. During this entire period of time, did she ever tell you who was extorting you?
No.
Did you have a pretty good idea of who it was, though?
I did. I absolutely did.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Remember to hit that thumbs up when you're here. Helps the channel. YouTube promotes channels with lots of thumbs up and stuff like that. Also, if you want to support my channel monetarily, you can be a member for $3 a month. And because memberships and the occasional super chat, that is what paying for my channel. And everything that comes in goes towards developing this channel. And thanks to members and the occasional super chat, I can soon, within 6 months, I can cut down hours on my day job. So I don't have to do 60 hours.
We heard a call.
So I don't have to do 60 hours on my day job and 20 to 40 hours on this. Yay.
Which is SX130, where your mom and you are showing your love for Wendy's boyfriend, who she doesn't love, Dave. Do you recall that?
Dave, yeah.
Was your mom involved in Wendy's life?
Yeah, she was involved, but I mean, she cared a lot about her. I mean, she's her mom.
Now, during that call, you talk about how Professor Markel's death was a tragedy. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Did you have any idea at that point in time that you were being listened to by the police?
No idea. I was driving home and I was in the car for a long time, so I was just talking to my mom about everything.
Now, during that call, there is some discussion about Wendy winning the lottery. If you look at the context of the call in its entirety, what are you referring to?
I'm referring to meeting Dave. Dave was a one-of-a-kind catch guy that I liked him a lot. I guess I liked him more than my sister did. But he was a great catch. He was super successful. He used to work for a government agency. Sold his company for a tremendous amount of money. But most importantly, like, he really loved my sister. He really loved my nephews who don't have a dad anymore. And I mean, even on that call, I was talking about like a 6-year-old farting on his head. I was over there. The kid was farting on his head, and he left, and it didn't bother him. So I thought he was a great guy. And he actually even met the Markels, Dan's parents, once with my sister when they were visiting the boys. I mean, he was just a great guy, and it was my sister's birthday. That's why there was so much chatter caught about Dave, because I don't think she was inviting him or something. So that's why he became a topic of conversation. The Wire was from April, and my sister's birthday is in April. So those are probably the most amount of Dave calls I've ever had in my life. But the FBI captured a bunch of Dave calls.
By the way, I saw you get a little emotional there. Do you love your nephews?
Of course.
Would you ever take their father away from them?
No, never. Never in a million years.
Judge, may we approach just briefly?
You may.
Yay! I'm guessing we are headed up towards lunchtime. And yeah, emotional. Charlie wasn't really emotional. He hasn't been emotional at all during his testimony, but maybe he's not an emotional guy. Dun, dun, dun.
We're going to take our lunch break at this point this morning.
All right.
Once again, you're going to receive the same instruction that you've gotten since jury selection. Do not discuss the case with each other or anyone else. Do not seek out any news coverage or any information pertaining to the case. We will resume with the testimony of Mr. Adelson at 1:30. Please report back by 1:20.
All right. And let's press live so we know when we get back on this. I really, really hope Sunny, who is in the courtroom, can join us. She has the link. You have seen her in the chat once in a while. And yeah, long lunch break. It's 12:05. Yeah, that's a long-ass lunchtime. So I hope that Sunny can get here and share with us what's been going on. Now, yeah, hit YouTube stuff. Hit the thumbs up. Hit the subscribe if you haven't yet. And even if you know you're subscribed here, check again, because sometimes YouTube decides to unsubscribe people. So check that again. And as I said, forgot that it is yeah, the occasional super chat, the members, is what is paying for this channel. And thanks to members and this, I can in about 6 months time I can cut down on hours. For you who don't know, hi, I'm Nick. I'm a union rep. I do labor law, and that has been my job for well over 30 years now. I specialize in negotiations and individual workers' rights. I work out of Sweden. But yeah, I'm getting older and working 40 to 60 hours a week. But thanks to you guys, I can start to cut down on those hours to focus more on YouTube stuff and streaming more trials, making videos about trials, evidence evaluations. Currently, I'm doing this trial, of course, and in the end of November, Young Thug trial starts. That will be 6 months of trial, at least. So I'll be busy from the end of November, and that is the Young Thug RICO trial. It is in Georgia, and the lead prosecutor is the same prosecutor who is prosecuting the Trump RICO. So yeah, that will be interesting to see, because that is a cluster F of epic proportions. And the Young Thug RICO, we watched the Daubert hearings of the experts that the prosecution wants in, and yeah, they have a pinch and zoom guy as an expert on video enhancing. What that expert does is he gets a video, he pauses, he screenshots, put it in Photoshop, pinch, zoom. That's all he does. But he's admitted as a video enhancing expert. Yeah. Yeah, so thank you so much for being here and allowing me to develop this channel. I'm also over at Rumble. And if you prefer to watch at Rumble and you didn't know, I also stream at Rumble. I will post the link now. There. And Rabbit, who is my mod, is also. And for you who are regulars, you might wonder, where is Gigi? Gigi is not feeling well. She is ill. And so if you have a prayer or a thought to spare, please send it her way. Because she's been with me since I got monetized, since I started streaming. She has been on my channel as a mod. So please give a thought out for her and well wishes. Okay, current Rumble link without extra title. Yeah. I'm not a technical guy, so I'm very, very appreciative of Ghostory and Rabbit being here to make the links go more smoothly. So yeah, I'm Swedish, socialist country. I'm not good at grifting, so that's why I do this. Yeah, but thank you so much, and thank you again to Peace Peony for your $25 via PayPal. Much appreciated. I don't know. During the Dorbert hearing, they go through the credentials about the area they are testifying about. And the prosecution wanted him in as a general. They wanted him as a forensic video analyst. But once during the Dorbert hearing, that was boiled down to video enhancing expert, because there was no way he's an forensic video analyst. That's just not. Yeah, that's not happening. So and I have a lot of that on my channel, so you can watch when I don't stream. Me and Mo are also doing streams about the Delphi case, which is a complete cluster F. And we will probably do that as soon as this trial is done. We will do a new stream about the Delphi case and the new developments, because it's only getting worse. I didn't think that case could get worse, but it's still getting worse. Another case I'm following is the Andrew Tate case in Romania, but I have no updates because nothing is happening at the moment. What else do I have to share with you? Well, let me bring this up. Here you go. Yes, I have a merch store. So if you want to be more visual about supporting my channel, you can show it. And I am a Swedish redneck, so I love me a tank top on a woman. And also mug, and one of my mottos, you can't unf a cluster F. And that goes to, once you're entangled in complete crap, which happens a lot when it comes to trials, once it's out there, once it's out of the horse's mouth, you can't stuff it back in. You can't unf a cluster F. And go through, just posted the link to my merch store if you want to support me via that. Okay, that's about it about the what I call. Yeah, that's it for grifting time for this PSP only tank tops, like spandex, are a privilege, not a right. Yeah, I know Jeff Foxworthy does bits about redneck fashion tips. And if you need a bra, both front and back, no tank tops, for instance. Yeah. If you mow your lawn and find a car, you might be a redneck. And I are, yeah. What else can I show you while we wait for Sunny? Well, a few of the things that you get as a member is, hold on here, is access to my members only content. And let's see if I can bring up something about that. Dun, dun, dun. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I should have brought this up sooner, but I did not. Yeah, that one. Can share you with about this instead. Bum, bum, bum. This is one of my members only videos. Members, I thought I would show you the progress. Now, a few months ago, I showed you what everything looked like. So it's not only fair, it's only fair. I will show you where we are now. And we will start in, let's start over here. We patio, still haven't done anything, just a bit of storage now. And yeah, remember here, there was big ugly wall, and this is the second entrance. And here it used to be storage. This is out. And as you see, we are preparing for, well, you don't see it, for some kind of ensuite here. And over here is going to be the main bedroom. So getting walls up and everything, a bit more support and stuff. Also here, new walls with better support for the beam. Yeah. Those beams, by the way, are original for the house. Those beams are old oak from circa 1880s. Yeah, they don't do that anymore. Today's oak is too fast growing. So this is old oak. I mean, taken from trees that might have been a couple of 100 years old. They will hold, with good upkeep, they will hold forever. This will be the living area, living room of sorts. Oh, hi, Pop. And yeah, it's only bits in preparation, but we cleaned up a lot. And if you remember here, kitchen. Still in preparation, but we got supporting wall up for the outside. And over here is the main entrance. This will be, well, a hallway, and this will be 2 rooms. But as you might remember from, well, let's this, yeah, again, another bathroom. But the big difference you might see here, this is where we had the stairwell. So yes, we have sealed it off. So now it's officially 2 apartments in the house that it will be. Downstairs will be roughly 1,100 square feet, maybe. I don't know. You American know and your measurements. So yeah, that is sealed off completely. So let's go and check that. Oops. And here is what is on the other side. Heyo, I promised you a members only video, and I'm going to get it to you. This is from the development, sorry, a bit drunk. The development of the renovations. I got my new stairs. Look at this. Proper stairs. Proper stairs. Now that will get a door. Yeah, I know. Just just getting some stairs again. Yay! Proper stairs. Proper stairs. Just look at that. Ignore all the crap that is upstairs, but that is a gorgeous stairs. Yeah. So that is the first of once a week members only video. Yeah, I try to post at least one members only video once a week, at least once a week. And yeah. Ja, fan är det där? Sorry. Jingles is trying to chew on my headphone cable. Yeah. Now here is Dave, and he is doing speak to text via phone. So I'm not entirely sure what he's talking about. My D is doing very good. Thank you very much. Yeah, we are still on direct, Dave. You have the link if you want to join us. Yeah, hopefully my niece will survive for a bit longer, because as you all know, you who are regulars, broke my ankle a few years ago, and then that resulted in a torn meniscus in my left knee, and then an overextend damage to my meniscus in my right knee because I walked wrong. So now I have a cane when I need it. He meant, okay, yeah. He meant the defendant. How's the D doing? He is doing the classical mistake. Well, maybe not for the regular viewer, but he overshares irrelevant details. Members only housewarming party. Downstairs, I hope will be done by summer. And once that is done, it will be rented out. That is one of the reasons I'm next project, which will begin in spring, will be building a studio. And okay, bye rabbit, see you later. Getting a studio, and it will be built. Hold on. Let's see if I can. No, 1 second. It will be done with one of these things. This is one of the construction work and stuff like that. You sometimes see this is a changing room for construction workers on wheels. So in the spring, I will get me one of these. I will the inside will be renovated to a studio, and I don't need any permits for it because it's on wheels. And whatever I make over at Rumble and via PayPal will go towards purchasing one of these and getting it up to standard with heating, insulation, and stuff like that. So that is what's going on with the things on via the little income I get from Rumble and what you donate via PayPal will go to be getting that one of these. I haven't bought it yet, but so I can get out of the house, because when we get renters downstairs, I mean, American trials sometimes end really late, and sometimes I get invited to streams in the middle of the night. I need to get out of the house. So that is what's going to happen in the future. So if you buy some merch, I make roughly $1 per purchase on my merch, and that is because it is, what do you call it? Yeah, they print it as you order it, because my channel isn't big enough to order like 500 of each to get the cost done. So that is why. But hopefully, in a few years, if I get to get this channel to be large enough, yeah, that is something that might happen. That I, instead of having this print to order, print on demand, it's called, I can do larger purchases, so you can get your things at a proper price instead. But that's a way you can support this channel. Via membership, via super chats, via Rumble, Rumble rants, subscription on Rumble, and yeah, all the small things. But most important, views and subscriptions on YouTube. Subscribing on YouTube to get my channel to get bigger and get more viewers. So those are the big. That's, well, we all do it. We who are so-called content creators, and I hope you like me enough for that. Now, what else can I entertain you with while we are waiting for the trial to commence? Maybe we should. Let's see here. I think. Yes, they are. Let's see here. You know that Mo left us a bit ago? That is because she is over at Megan Fox. So let's stream snipe her a bit. And that is because Mo, as you might not know, Mo has CRPS, the chronic pain illness that Maya has. Now, Mo is not full body. Mo has in one leg. And she is really, really mad about what Court TV is implying about Maya, more close to slandering Maya. So let's listen in on, let's do some stream sniping.
Program Mo in the Deep End has a channel. She suffers from CRPS. And you are as enraged about this situation with Court TV and the media as I am. Welcome.
Go over to
Welcome,
Megan
welcome.
and
Yes,
to her.
I personally hate fighting on Twitter. I think it is the dumbest waste of time ever. I may have called Court TV tea waffles. I did apologize. I don't know if they're really tea
No,
waffles.
don't apologize, for God's sake.
Well,
Also,
I don't
you
know if
said
they
that maybe
are in real life.
You said maybe Julie Grant got her medical degree at the University of Guam. I think you're probably right. I don't think there's anything wrong with this. See, this is a safe place for ridicule, though, Mo. We believe in ridicule here.
Look, Steve Gosney is the good Christian. I'm the one that's just aiming for purgatory. Look, I'm a recovering Catholic. I'm on the 13th step. I'm just hoping that someone takes me in somewhere.
I really think that twat waffles should be their new. Somebody in locals get on that meme. We need a Johns Shopkins twat waffles, Court TV twat waffles. Well, they're all twat waffles, really.
They are also cunt cannolis or bitch burritos, whichever you want to do.
Locals, can you get on that in the meme department? We're gonna need some memes on that. We believe Jesus will take you in. Yeah, we have no dumpster Jesus will not stand for any of this. What's going on?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Yeah,
So
no,
I'm trying
I
to
have
explain to people why I'm so angry about Julie Grant, and I'm having a hard time explaining it because I have so many things to say that the words are getting in the way. But let's just start with what we saw. I saw it first in the New York Post. They're dragging Maya for going to homecoming and wearing a short skirt and going out for Halloween. But then I find out it actually originated at Court TV. So you can't really blame the New York Post. They're just picking up a story that they see out there that's getting clicks.
I saw it on Twitter and I was like, for the love of all that is freaking holy, this girl has lost. First of all, I got CRPS last year. I broke my ankle. It was a walking drive-by deer attack. Look, deer are hateful. I will go ahead and say it.
They're less than medium smart for sure. They just jump right into your car.
Yeah, to be fair, it startled me and I'm not the most graceful person and fell into a ditch. So it could be 50-50, but I'm blaming the deer.
Sure. I believe
she has handled this with such grace and awesomeness and just bravery, and it's a quiet, dignified bravery that I haven't even been able to handle this with. And she's not allowed to go out and have fun. I mean, the performative suffering that these people want her to do, it just it blew my mind, and it struck a nerve so bad with me because chronic pain sufferers will paste a smile on. I'll be god danged if I'm not going to go to my kids', weddings, graduations, my grandchildren's births, mid-flare, I don't care. Will I be in a heck of a lot of pain? I will slap a smile on because that is what we do as parents, what we do. Maya got up and started walking and everything so she could go up there and double deuces to Johns Hopkins and take this fight to them.
Yep.
But she can't go out and go to a prom.
Her homecoming.
Homecoming.
That's
Sorry.
Once a year. It's once a year.
And I have 6 children.
Oh,
look,
do you?
I have gone.
6
Yeah,
kids. Look at you go,
I
saving the
have
world
gone
one
to
kid at a
the
time.
look. We can have a whole other conversation where I continually ask if I can buy an entire dress for homecoming.
Yeah, me too.
I was like, can
Me
we
too.
go to the
I'm so with
Amish?
you.
Can we
I'm
go
so
to
with
the
you.
Amish section? Like,
Yeah.
But
there's nothing unusual about what Maya was wearing. As me as a mom and you as a mom, we don't.
Okay. I'm getting this and this because we have Sonny Oh, sorry. There. Sonny, hi. Can you hear us? I can't hear you. Ask your daughter to help you. You have to give access to your microphone to StreamYard. If you don't do that, we can't hear you. Sorry. Oh, Wi-Fi connection issue. Yeah, around courthouses, for some crazy reason, Wi-Fi is ridiculously bad. If you can't talk, oh, she's gone. Yeah, you can write in the chat and I will bring it up. I hope Sonny can join us in chat. Or if you can get the connection to work. Yeah, Mo has 6 kids. And she handles the channel, home life, and kids. I mean, and she does it with a smile. She does it with a laugh. But she has chronic pain. And that is what Maya is going through times 10. And people with chronic illnesses sometimes will just suck it up, put on a dress or a nice suit, go out to have fun with a smile on their face, just to have a breath of normality. And court TV is using that moment in Maya's life against her. And this particular reporter claims she did research. Julie, what's her face? And I would argue she doesn't even have the foundations of conducting research. Research means, first of all, to do, I know the word has different meanings, but to research, you need to be trained to research. Now, we can try to do research as normies, and we can read this and we can read that. But when you are a reporter, you really need to set yourself in, not just watching an hour of TV and then listen to one doctor. That's not research. As a reporter, in my opinion, my personal opinion, you can disagree if you want, but if you want to dive into a subject, you allow the experts to talk. You don't claim yourself as an expert or the source of the information. For me, that's not good reporting. That is why I try to have Dave on when it comes to difficult legal questions that I know I can't answer. I have a basic understanding of US law because I have a law degree. Now we don't have the same system, but it's still evidence evaluation. It is about witness, how to evaluate a witness, stuff like that are very much similar. No matter in which Western country you go to, you have the presumption of innocence. Then we have different ways of conducting all of this, but it's still the basis. Evidence, witnesses, due process, most of that are the same. So for my US viewers, yes, some of you correct me, which I think is amazing when I get things wrong. But we learn at the same time. Now, I have a more better than average understanding in my own mind. You might disagree. Yes, Tricia, Google is not research. I asked this Julie reporter, okay, what studies did you conduct your research via? What studies did you, which experts, which medical personnel did you talk to? Still no answer. So her research, I would never pay for. Okay, I don't know if Sunny will be back. I hope she will, but once she will, let's keep listening to Mo going on a rant there.
Want to put our daughters in those dresses. They're all wearing them. Now, I won't let my daughters wear them. I would rather pay $300 for a dress from Macy's that has more fabric that like goes down to their knees. And that's what I do.
Yeah.
But when you're talking about what people can afford and what the kids are wearing, it is very hard to find a modest looking dress for homecoming or prom. It is impossible.
I was like, you guys, look, because of my CRPS, I can no longer wear leggings and I have to cosplay as a Pentecostal. I have the long skirt, which makes it fun to go into liquor stores. Believe me, I tickle myself pink all the time.
I grew up as a Pentecostal. Do you know that? So I know this intimately. That's how I grew
yeah,
up.
I wear the look, there is no universe where I don't have chub rub. The thigh, I have no thigh gap. It's never. So they have these modesty skirts, like these workout skirts.
Yeah.
And they work for me. So I buy them 2 sizes too big, but they're comfy for me. But if you notice in those pictures, at least the one where she's sitting in the limo, she is stiff. She is not smiling. I can tell you from experience, she is hurting, but how much does she need to give up? How much does she need to suffer in order for you to think it's valid, Miss, journalist from the news?
Julie's going to make sure, Mo, that she does suffer because she's abusing her right now. She's dragging a 17-year-old sufferer with CRPS who's already been through hell, who lost her mother, who was incarcerated away from her family. What more does she need to lose? Well, Julie Grant's going to tell you she needs to lose her reputation. Now the media is going to give her the anal probe. She's going to lose her reputation because Julie Grant, the thunder cunt at Court TV, is going after Maya Kowalski for going to goddamn homecoming and going out on Halloween. And I am sick of it. I've had it. I'm a mom. My daughter's 17 years old.
Yeah, come after me. I'm darn near.
Mm.
Come after me. Okay, come after me. I'm at the age where I still demand that they card me. Look, I'm just saying, pretend that you need to card me, all right? When I buy booze.
Right. Just pretend.
Just look, it's a lie we both agree upon. Just like my weight, government, on my ID. It's a lie we both agree on. But the fact that she's like, I've done research. Dr. Gupta, the foremost expert on this, can tell you that they don't even understand what is happening. Look, my doctor right now, none of the doctors understand what the hell is going on with CRPS. They basically made it the I don't stand what's going on disease.
Yep.
It's called complex regional pain syndrome. They're like, it's complex and we have no idea. And it affects the region.
Maybe, or it can also affect your whole body. I mean, there's no real explanation for any of this. And the thing is too, is that as a mom of a 17-year-old, maybe this is hitting me harder because I think, what would I do if the media came after my daughter like this and was dragging her for what she was wearing? And with it, like you're saying, with the the skin sensitivity. What do they call that? Allodynia.
Allodynia.
With the allodynia, we know that Maya wears shorts all the time, so she probably can't even wear a long skirt if it was touching her legs. That would be even
It's
worse for her. And who
it's
cares?
not
Why are people judging
well,
her
and
for the
it's
same kind of
uh,
dress that every single teenager at
it's
your high
every
school is
single
wearing?
teenager. Look, believe me, my middle daughter is famous for not shopping with me, and then I see her dress as she's leaving, and I'm like, excuse me?
Yeah.
And I'm like, "Do we have a
I
jacket
gave
or
up.
leggings or"
I gave up on crop tops because that's all they sell.
Oh,
I
yeah.
gave up. I totally
I
gave
was
up.
like, "Do we
I
have a
spent like
full
a
t-shirt?
year. I spent a year going, can you put on a full shirt?
Do
Cover
we
your
have a full
belly.
shirt? Does
I gave
anyone"
up.
Yeah, believe me. I was like, "Is there an Amish section anywhere? Can we
Right?
convert?" So, but the thing is that and I can only speak for myself with my CRPS, allodynia, as all of the experts have said, is it's not an everyday thing. She could have been having a good day. Again, that was several days after she was having a very bad day.
Though
You
she
can have
says she was having a bad day and she cried and only went to homecoming for an hour. So
Yeah, maybe
why
she just wanted to suck it up
why
and
did she
not give
have
up
to
her life.
why did
Look,
she
I
have to
can
explain herself if she wants to go out for an hour because she didn't want to sit in court all day? Let's talk about what these reports are actually trying to say. Because the headline is Maya Kowalski caught partying when she told her counsel she was too sick to show up in court. Nah,
how
nah,
about
bruh.
how about she just didn't wanna relive every look, I tried to cover the trial, and because CRPS affects the parasympathetic nervous system, and I'll explain it like this, your parasympathetic nervous system affects, like, you have your autonomic nervous system, which does your breathing and stuff like that. Now that you're thinking about your breathing, your parasympathetic nervous system is taking that over. So you're thinking about breathing, but generally you don't think about how you're breathing and things like that. But because it is linked to the parasympathetic nerves, if you're already having, say, my base level pain on a good day is a 5. If you do that little like 1 to 10,
Yep.
happy face, sad face is a 5. It never goes down to 0 anymore. I don't ever
Mm.
have a 0 day. But 5 is a kind of you can get through it. It's just a 5. Now, when I'm having a bad day, it's a 10. It's a 10, and that's just what it is. Now, the problem with that is if you're at a 5 day and then something starts to stress you out, you're as Dr. Chopra was saying, thank you, Thor. Everyone needs a cat ass on camera.
Awesome. Cat cam.
Um,
What a bonus.
well, I have a heating pad on my lap and they love it. But if you are already having that pain, if you already have that feedback system going, and then you are constantly, this has been what, 3, 4 weeks of constant stress, she is probably more likely having flares every other day. And
Mm.
she is not allowed to have, medicines that help. I
Right. She's
guarantee
not
you
allowed
she
to
is
have narcotics.
well,
She's not
okay.
allowed to have benzos anymore, no ketamine
Yeah, so
anymore. She's
she
not allowed
is
to have any of that shit.
A and I know that in theory, the order was rescinded, so she can have it, but T, she is not going to ask for anything until she is 18 and is sure that she's not gonna get another parent
I
stolen
will
from her.
watch
She
behavior
lost her
panel
mother, regardless of what you think of
Wendy out.
Pieta and how her attitude may have affected anything or how she was pushing. Her mother was traumatized, again, because no one would listen to the fact that this mother I was so lucky that I got my diagnosis early. She had to go through 18 months of hell trying to figure out what was wrong with her daughter. And then these asshole look, if my kid was screaming in pain and I knew what the hell was going on, I would be yelling at the doctors. If I was at a 10 and someone kept touching my child, if someone kept touching me at a 10, I'm going to yell. There, it just happens. My husband has had to shut windows on a bad day because a breeze hurts.
Mm.
A blanket hurts. Just having my skirt on hurts. I mean, the fact that these nurses were touching her. I mean, imagine someone when you're touching someone, hitting you, punching you. It's it is beyond unconscionable that these people knew that she could have this and they were touching her like this.
And
I
look, if the if Dr. Kirkpatrick and all these other specialists, Dr. Hannah, if they were wrong, so what? They were wrong. It wasn't her mother, it wasn't her father. She sought out specialists. She sought out answers because she did the things that they all say is what will heal this occupational therapy, physical therapy. She
Yeah.
had inpatient, she did this inpatient, she did it all. It didn't help. She seeks out other therapy, she goes to alternative therapy, and it starts to help. And it's her fault that they were maybe wrong. Maybe they were wrong. Maybe the ketamine didn't help her. Maybe it was just a, I don't know, placebo effect. How do I know?
Yeah.
All I know is it's not a crime to seek out therapy for your kid when the other when the
Well,
stuff isn't working.
and look, she was probably okay, here's my view on it. She was the mom was first traumatized by having to go through all of this medical stuff and not finding it. You get this awesome kind of lull period where you think, I have found something that works. Oh my gosh, it works. You get this, and I can tell you, my CRPS is greatly affected by weather, by the movement, definitely rain, lower pressure systems.
Mm.
So you get a massive low pressure system, and the trauma of having what you think is your golden ticket to having your child back, to seeing your child recover, and then it goes back to shit. I can imagine she was so traumatized. There was so much trauma there. So her reacting quite possibly with a trauma response,
Right.
and then
And then you
reacting
have the
forcefully to
actual.
people not paying attention to her because she actually knows what the hell she's talking about. What I don't get is the reflex sympathetic dystrophy, or the RDS Foundation, is in Miami, Florida. Why the hell was no one contacted there? The f-
Mm, it's a good
because
question.
I have a leaflet that I am to take with me. I have, I'm supposed to laminate it at some point when I remember, when my squirrel ADHD reminds me at some point to do these things on time. But there's a leaflet. I mean, my entire left side, it's only my left leg, but they recommend whatever side you're affected on to not get any needlework done. So any like blood draws or anything like that, to use pediatric
Be
needles,
right back. I'm going
um,
to
and
find the
then
snack.
just to take it in because medical people don't know what the hell you have. So you take it in, you can hand it to them, and it's an ER protocol. I also wear my handy dandy medical bracelet that just basically says, "Don't effing touch my left leg."
Mm.
But she's handled this with such grace, and why go after a 17-year-old? That's the part I
I'll
don't
tell you
get.
why. I'll tell you why, because I'm a member of the media and I know why. Because they saw those photographs that the defense was trying to get it into evidence of a hot girl in short skirts, and they knew that people would click on it, and so they used her. They sexualized a kid for clicks. That's what they did. They do not care that it could destroy her reputation. They do not care that they're calling her a liar. They do not care that she may now have complex PTSD on top of her other PTSD because of this incident of splashing this picture across and accusing her of faking it. This poor girl, no one has ever believed her, not since she was 9 years old
No.
when this was happening. And now Court TV is behind an effort to make their viewers not believe her now. And now that she's 17 years old and she has agency and she can speak for herself. And let me ask you something, Mo.
Yeah.
Did you hear anything in her testimony that made you think, oh, she doesn't have CRPS. She must be lying. She must be exaggerating.
No, actually, so oddly enough, and I'm gonna I was the Johns Hopkins to me, so that's actually why I can't watch the trial. I was the one telling myself it was all in my head to the point
Mm.
so I broke my ankle in August and I wore the boot. It was so painful. It hurt so bad. My entire leg was on fire. It hurt. I just figured it was just me, it must just be how I was healing. I just wore the boot, kind of did the thing and then let it go. And it was still swelling, still turning purple. And I just thought, okay, I'll work past it. I don't have time. I've got 6 kids, that kind of thing. Martin Luther King Day of this past year, my husband finally said, I will hog tie you and take you to
Mm.
the hospital. So I went back in and they found out the bone hadn't healed, but they weren't really sure why all of the stuff was going on. So they did a bone scan and it showed advanced CRPS in my leg. So what really touched me was I was John Hopkins in my own head. And so Maya has sat here and just with such grace and such bravery, and it's a quiet, dignified, wise beyond her years
No, because she's been
bravery.
forced into maturity,
What
really. Her
forced
childhood
into,
was stolen from her, and
but
she's
I
her joy was taken, and
yeah, and
it's
it's terribly sad to see, and I say this as a mom, it hurts so bad to see, and I can't watch. So I've done Dr. Chopra, who I thought was Dr. Gupta for some reason, but I think
I did
I
the same thing. I
mixed it.
called him Gupta too. I was like, "I'm sorry for being
I
deliberately
think
racist, but I called Dr.
no,
Chopra Dr. Gupta."
well, I think I mixed him up with the CBS guy.
Ah, it's
I didn't
possible.
mean to be in yeah, I was like, "Look, I didn't mean to be the ist or the
It's
phobe, I just."
the Guptas and the Chopras are close though. It's hard to get those straight sometimes. I forgive you. I did the same thing. I'm sure other people do too.
But what I don't understand is that when you have a chronic condition, at what point is the suffering performative enough that it's valid for these people?
Oh, no,
And
it's never valid
what
enough. Because if she's ever caught and here's the thing, how do you think Maya's gonna feel now going forward with her, even after this trial is over? How do you think she's gonna feel about having a social media account and sharing anything about her life anywhere where someone who might be stabbing her in the back will just send it to a tabloid to say, "Look at this, look at
well,
the lying
yeah.
little slut who got $200 million from J Hatch, but look at her and partying up because she's out to dinner one night wearing a nice dress. This could go
Yeah.
on forever for her. And she already
She
said
got
she
too
can't
much
go out.
sympathy and now they have to tear her
They
down.
have to tear her down. And I'm
But
telling you, the same day this
in the
happened.
for the sake of a hospital that has done and Dr. Sally Evil Face and uh,
Uh-huh.
uh,
Yep.
all of I mean, these are all dill holes. Why are we on the side of evil? I'm confused.
I'm not, and I haven't been from the beginning. And I have
Wh
told I have told this audience and everybody else, I'm not going to pretend to be unbiased. I'm 100% biased against
Oh,
the
no, I
state.
am
I am
well,
100% biased against their colluders in the hospital,
I have a
who
petty patch somewhere. I
medically
put the whole petty
kidnap
patch
kids.
on.
You don't come here looking for me to be unbiased when it comes to the jackboot of the state and the jackboot of these dill holes at thank you unhung hero, that's a good word, these dill holes over at J Hatch. No, you're not going to find that here, and it turns out I'm vindicated. We're all vindicated. We were right, and it's okay to go with your gut sometimes and say, I don't like these people, I don't like what they did, and I think they
Well,
should pay.
and then people have the nerve to wonder why parents are afraid. People have the nerve to wonder why parents are like telling their are sitting down and telling their kids, "Hey, what we say at home stays at home." Or,
Hmm.
"Hey, I'm pulling my kids out of public schools. We're using the vouchers." I mean, it's the fact that my illness was also used against me and the public school system was also deeply
What?
illuminating to me.
Is that a
Um,
puppy I see next to you?
oh,
Oh
well, yes.
my God. Look at that dog.
Fry,
That
come
is
here.
a cute dog.
Come on.
Oh my goodness. Oh, look at this puppy.
Well, okay. So Fry
So
was supposed to be
cute.
a Pomsky. He was supposed to be my emotional support vodka dog.
Uh-huh. Aw.
But a Pomsky he is not. A Mutsky he is.
A Mutsky. He's so
Okay.
cute.
Yes, I will tell the CPS story because that is also super fun. No, so around the time I was first diagnosed, I was put on a lot of medication. So I went from 0 medication to a lot, and I used to pack my youngest 3 sons lunches. Now, what my youngest 3 sons were doing for a full week was hiding their lunches and then getting school lunch at school. And instead of contacting me and asking me, "Hey, um, why are the kids coming in with no lunches?"
Right.
They called CPS on me, and after the
No.
principal interrogated my sons, and they basically told the principal that mommy's tired a lot because I was adjusting to new medications. I'm
Oh
gonna let you
no.
down, I know. She's
Oh
taking
no.
pills and sleeping all the time.
Oh God. Oh God.
So, I come home from doing groceries and there's a CPS guy there and he's like, "Yeah, you have to do a drug test. I have to talk to all the kids." And I have to explain, and he doesn't know what CRPS is. And he's like, "Okay, I have to make sure that's real. I have to get all of my prescriptions out. And then I have to say, I do use certain natural things that are legal in my state.
Mhm.
These are the things that I use. I do not use narcotics because I don't believe in them and I don't like big pharma, all of that." And then so that gets taken care of. Then I have to pull my youngest 2 children out of school because the first week of school after that is all cleared up, the same principal, because my middle son goes to school the first week with the same shirt on twice, I get a CPS visit again. So I pulled them out and they are now in a private school because Indiana has voucher programs. But I don't know what I did to tick off this woman. I may have called her a C word on a stream,
Well,
but
if the shoe fits. Yeah, and
well,
look,
yeah,
here's
I
the thing.
mean,
I've
her
had
and her LuLaRoe mafia need to just
oh
chill the
God.
hell out.
I
Well,
put
because
my
she
kids in
accused
front of
me.
a whiteboard and I wrote down the I drilled them on the Fifth Amendment and what it means and what unlawful search and seizure means. I had like my 6-year-old and my how old 10-year-old role playing with me what happens when a CPS or police officer comes to school to talk to you just in case. And I had them both saying, "I want to talk to my lawyer." And then they had her number because I have a lawyer for my kids just in case because of what I do. When I investigate CPS, so I know damn well that I'm in the targets of anybody who wants to shut me up. I've even had people threaten to do it before. So my kids are protected with an attorney. But they now, when they were that age, 6 and 10, they knew, we need to call our attorney. We won't speak to
Oh,
you
no,
without
it
an
gets
attorney.
better. So, this was when I was streaming and doing court cases because I had started this in April. It was alleged that I would send them out of the room and do streaming unclothed. Look,
What?
I was like, "Ma'am, the life I live that is rich and full in your imagination." But look, it would be like a reversed hostage situation. No one wants to see boobs that have gone through 6 nursings, okay? Like, pay me $10 and I'll put it back on, okay?
Who said that?
So,
The principal or the
the
CPS people?
principal
Yes, I think Mo
interrogated
is
my
getting
kids
a lot of
again,
new subscribers.
and then
After
it was heavily
appearing there.
implied to the CPS person. So I called the superintendent, who didn't call me back. And by the time I had gotten them enrolled in the private school, the assistant superintendent had finally called me back. Let's see, this happened on a Friday. I got the boys enrolled on a Monday. I finally got a call from the assistant superintendent on a Wednesday, and she said, "Oh, well, I've heard you had a problem. Would you like to check out other elementary schools?" And I said, "Ma'am, I don't think you understand. I put a stat callback about one of your principals interrogating my children without an advocate there or myself there. She interrogated my children. I don't think you understand how absolutely incredibly ridiculous that is, considering she's not a forensic psychologist with children, with a child background. She is delving into my family's past. She's implying that I'm
Absolutely correct, Audra. You never hear this, or almost never hear this, with men and our pain when we get pain of some sort. I don't know why, because this has been, it's almost like some doctors still think hysteria is a thing. And yeah. And there are a lot of other medical issues. For instance, most heart medicines are tested on men alone, not women. Now it's getting a change, which is great, but damn it, taken decades just for doctors to know that female heart attacks are completely different from men's heart attacks. And yeah, so there's a lot to do in the medical field.
doing OnlyFans streams. No. What is
Even if you
so
were,
what
though, too, that's legal.
Yeah.
So what the hell?
So
You can't call
yeah.
CPS on somebody because they have OnlyFans. Not that you do,
Well,
but I mean, you shouldn't be able to. That's insane. I don't
and I
endorse
said
OnlyFans, but it's not illegal.
so I would have been great to talk to you on Friday afternoon. I would have been great to talk to you on Monday, but I have already taken my tax money and put it into a private school. So good day. And
Mm.
if I had my druthers and my girls would be okay going to a school that requires them to wear knee-length skirts, I would pull all of them out, but they wouldn't. So good day to you.
Good day to you. I said good day.
Day.
You
Yes,
know,
good
I
day.
I think personally, I hope that this is all closed with CPS and
Yeah.
they
Yeah.
because
It's all close.
oh God,
But
because they
it's a
are. I hope you have an attorney now because I think you could sue them for what they did. To tell you the truth.
well, it's it, it's that moment when you realize that you have the weight of the entire government. Maya's family and parents know that they have the weight of the entire government against them,
It's true.
trying to break their entire family up. It is you against the entire state of Florida and the entire medical machinations of this hospital, who don't believe you or your child, to the point that they're not going to let her have communion. I mean, as a recovering Catholic, F you.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, let her have the scary Jesus picture, for fuck's sake. I mean, the Sacred Heart picture. What?
And also the wafer, for God's sake, like you can't figure out that it doesn't have ketamine on it. It would have dissolved. You can't put liquid on a wafer and it still be intact. That's ridiculous. Doesn't anybody know anything about communion? Haven't these people ever been to church? These motherfuckers. I'll tell you what.
No, that's a
They,
no. They've never been to church.
did you know that? I mean, they threw Jesus in a dumpster. This is what they did. These people. They. Where's my
Oh,
meme? I'm looking desperately for my meme. Look what they did. I have this picture
is
of
it
her
not?
doing it.
Well, you should have used Buddy Christ from Dogma. That's my only concern. Buddy
You have
Christ
to
is
see
my
the
favorite
caption.
Christ.
Oh wait, where's the caption? The whole caption is being covered up. It says no cake or Jesus for sick kids at all children's hospital. We throw cake and Jesus in the dumpster. That's just who we are at Johns Hopkins
Yeah, it's
Hospital.
it just it kills me that again she ha- the regardless of whether you believed Maya had this or not, you have doctors' documentation. You billed for CRPS. Point blank, end of story. You billed for it. You treated it effing wrong. You put her in a boot. And let me tell you, as a person who has CPRS or CPR, whatever it is, and had to wear a boot twice, that is pain beyond measure.
Mm.
So they had Maya doing that to the point that they wanted to break her feet and try to put them back together. No, it's just, and Dr. Sally, may she never work again.
Ugh. She still has a private practice. Can you imagine being a parent that takes your kid to her private practice? On another separate note, there's a chicken literally laying an egg outside my window right now. I hear it. It's not supposed to be doing that. It's supposed to be up in the coop, and it is laying an egg outside my window. I hear it.
Uh,
Damn
between animals and children, it, yeah, again, I am used, I tell everyone, I was like, I do court, crime, current events, and chaos. You kind of get used to it.
Yeah. Yeah. Look at this great meme that my locals crowd made for me. It's the new updated Munchie Bunch. These are all the witches at J Hatch who were involved in accusing Beata of Munchausen syndrome by proxy. It's interesting to me that almost all of these accusers are women of a certain
Do,
age.
do any of them have children or do all of them have cats? I question.
I can smell the cats from here. I can
I
smell the
think
cats.
I think a couple of them might have chia pets. I don't know that I trust them with cats.
Kathy Beatty has children. She has 2 stepchildren, so she's a wicked stepmother and a daughter, and she has a grandchild she had to be reminded about on the stand. So if that tells you
Ah,
anything.
well, she sounds like a lovely person. Wasn't she the
Mhm.
one that was trying to steal Maya though?
Mhm. Mhm. She said she wanted to be
Awesome.
her mother.
What
Yeah,
is
it sounds
wrong?
like breakfast, guys, but now I have to hunt around the yard to find the egg because this stupid chicken just laid one somewhere outside my window here, probably under the porch or under a bush, and it's going to be a problem.
Eh, I wish I could have chickens. My HOA is my HOA is asshole.
It's
But
asshole. Look, here's the other thing too. Okay, so yesterday we find out that Johns Hopkins put somebody on the stand, their expert, to say that during the time of Maya's incarceration at their hospital, that everything was hunky-dory. Everything was just perfect. They didn't have any problems with any state agencies. They were all good. They passed all their stuff. Then we find out, oh, wait, that's not true. Because there's this report from the Department of Health and Human Services, a federal investigation that finds out they have endangered their patients on a systemic level. They can't even stack oxygen tanks properly. Their oxygen tanks are in danger of exploding. This place is killing children, maiming children, hurting children, and they knew about it. And this was happening while Maya was there. Here it is.
okay,
50,
so they were
50 pages.
marked safety by the Chernobyl Safety Commission. Okay.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. And for some reason, they didn't have to post this on their door. I don't.
Yeah, I'm not taking too much of her content. Just
Dresses are typically prom. I don't know why. I didn't go to either. I was a nerd. I worked.
Mhm. Well,
So,
I just think the media is really trying hard to sexualize her and make that the story. And I think that's gross. And I'm going to be writing about Julie Grant and her attempt to sexualize this kid instead of focus on the main problem. Mo, I'm going to get into now the what happened in court today. Because apparently the defense did not turn over the documents that they were ordered to turn over, and I want to see that reaction. I don't know if you can stay.
okay.
I know you had other stuff to do. Do you
I can
want to
stay
hang
for a
out
little
longer
bit
than this?
longer.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
No,
right.
I
We're
want to see
gonna.
the judge's valiant four hairs staying on.
Oh,
Those front
wonderful.
four
They're
hairs
really hanging
are
on.
those are the brave hairs. I call them.
The
I'm
brave
so mean.
hairs. All right. Let me pull up the clip that I have. And thank you to the locals chat, to Nick and everybody in there who's been supplying me with the timestamps that I need to make this happen, because I don't have the time to do that. And I really appreciate that you guys are filling in that
Oh,
gap.
I'll call it tuft. Own what? You're right. It's the tuft.
Yes, Judge. I love Judge. Fantastic. All right. So we're going to see Whitney drop a bomb on the judge today that the defense disobeyed Judge Carroll.
Your Honor. Mr. Whitney, you're next. And I'm gonna look at. Oh. You looking? You might want to hang for just another moment, Mr. Whitney.
Yes, Your Honor. If I could just comment on what Mr. Anderson just delivered to you. I won't go into detail. My question is, at this point, we have been delivered some documents regarding this joint commission issue. We have not been provided all of the documents that would exist, including the critical September 2018 immediate jeopardy report, audit, finding, however you want to classify that. So the question to the court is, recognizing it's Thursday at 11 a.m., how would the court like us to address this issue if we believe that there are insufficient documents being provided?
I
was going to read what's been provided. Was the CMS notification 13119, the CMS survey 11119, the final accreditation report 81418 to 81718, get some done recommendations 62619, and the CMS revisit survey 22119 final.
I didn't hear the self-report in there.
Oh,
I mean,
boy.
here is, and I want to be very clear about this.
Okay.
I am interpreting my instruction to turn over stuff very broadly.
Okay.
Very, very broadly.
Oh,
Is
he's like, is you confused?
odor. It needs to be turned over.
A scintilla.
That is equivalent of the Jesus meme. Did I fucking stutter? Oh. Oh. I mean, this judge is constantly seconds away from asking the defense lawyers, did you bring your toothbrush? As in, would you like to spend the night in the basement of this courthouse? Yeah, he's almost snarling. Let's check that again.
I didn't hear the self-report in there.
Oh, boy.
Here is, and I want to be very clear about this.
Okay.
I am interpreting my instruction to turn over stuff very broadly.
Okay.
Very, very broadly.
Oh,
He's
like, is you confused?
Odor. It needs to be turned over.
A scintilla of odor related to this. It needs to be turned over. This is basically the judge saying, give me everything in your goddamn files and give it to me now.
It's like when I tell my kids, like, is that all of your homework? Everything. And they're like, oh, right.
Oh, right.
Right. That science project I need to do tomorrow. How many weeks have you had to do it? 4. We need a poster board and glitter sticks.
At midnight. Yep. Mm-hmm.
At midnight.
Okay.
You're up learning
When I
the
say
periodic
scintilla
table
of
again.
odor, anything having to do with the run-up to this report, all self-reports, any prior surveys by the Joint Commission / CMS, because I heard that Mr. Hunter say yesterday, well, there was a prior triannual survey that we passed with flying colors.
You want that? How far back do you want to go, Judge?
Sure, Jan.
Let me ask this.
His name is
As far back as we
George
need to
Glass.
Did anyone lose their job over this issue? Like,
Oh.
is this when the hospital president
My
no
understanding
longer
is
became hospital
because
president?
of the heart issue that there was some, yes, I vaguely understand. Keep that with a grain of salt. I vaguely understand that as a result of the heart issue, there was a cleaning of house, so to speak.
Well,
Was that including a shredder? Did the cleaning of house also include shredding? Sinbad says, maybe the report is in the dumpster with chocolate cake and Jesus. They should check.
yesterday, Mr. Whitney
They found Jesus
said that the
chocolate
documents
cake and
say
In the
that
IG,
this was
IJ
not
report.
confined to the Heart Institute and that it was systemic. Now, obviously, I'm not in a fact-finding position at this moment, but
Yeah.
I need to at least assume the possibility that the reports are going to show more systemic than just heart-related. I mean, that's, I think, what the plaintiffs are telling me that the media accounts are.
I
that
understand
it's-
that's the
That is
allegation,
correct.
Judge.
Okay, so knowing
We've
that,
read it.
I'm not making a finding of fact, but it sounds like there's an allegation and perhaps the media also have made statements that it's not just the heart. I don't know.
Just saying.
You know, this thing just kind of got dropped on me yesterday.
And all of this,
But-
these events are taking place after the events in this lawsuit.
Well,
Right.
I'm about ready to get there.
Mm,
Because it does sound like the chief executive lost his or her job over this.
I believe that's accurate.
And so when did this chief executive start being the chief executive? Is this when,
Start being the chief executive?
yeah, is this when Johns Hopkins took over All Children's Hospital?
I don't know the answers to these, but I'll take the notes.
Because if we're talking about something that is systemic, something that becomes.
Yeah, I can't believe
pervasive
the
and
defense
systemic doesn't
still
have
tries
be
to hide
one.
things.
It's a culture that is created. And so is it,
Mo, something you might have missed. In the report, there was reference to a culture of fear and intimidation and retaliation. A culture. They called it the
What?
culture in the hospital was one of fear and intimidation and retaliation, that anyone who blew the whistle would be retaliated against.
Okay.
So
Well,
how
I
do
did
you
a
take that in
story.
context with these nurses who all got together and said Maya was like the little girl from The Exorcist, swearing and spitting at them, and like that just doesn't make any sense, but they're all sticking to the same story.
Well, so like I said, I tried to watch the trial and it was a little too much for me. But I do Newsy News. I do about an hour of current events. Now I stay away from, and this is going to sound is I'm irreverent, so deal with it. But I stay away from the Mesopotamia stuff. So Mesopotamia, I stay
Mhm.
away from that
Gotcha.
and
Me too.
politics. But so for about an hour at 9 a.m. and then 7 p.m. at night, I do a bunch of stories. And I think in Johns Hopkins up in New York, there was a pathologist who was a bully from Johns Hopkins. So I don't know if this
Yep.
is at all Johns Hopkins
We read that on this. That was at Boston. This particular
or
report
Boston.
is
Yeah.
about all children's in Florida, though. So, but yes, it's widespread
Yeah.
in the
So
entire
I don't know if
community
it's
of
a
Johns Hopkins.
Johns Hopkins sort of thing, that it's just a culture of that, or if it's the profession and we need to start looking at all hospitals.
That's a good question.
Kind
Thank
We
you.
should start looking at all hospitals, if you ask me. I think that
I hope
these
she
reports,
will
I
return
think these
after lunch.
reports that are done ought to be public knowledge. There's no
Yes.
But it
excuse
seems like
why this
she's
isn't
having way
public.
too
They
much
should have to
fun over
nail it
there.
to the
So
door like Martin
if
Luther.
she wants
They
to
should
stay
have
there,
to put it
Yeah.
up
go ahead.
where the public can go look at it and say, do I want to go to this hospital? Or are they stacking their oxygen tanks unsafely and I might blow up while I'm here? This is something the public should get to know.
Yeah. I mean,
Listen to the rest of this and see what he has to say.
Yeah. If you want to see
when
the
this
entirety,
president came in, is it when Johns Hopkins took over the All Children's Hospital? Is that when the systemic problem started?
Judge, my understanding is that I forget the acronym of the organization that,
Joint Commission?
thank you, Joint Commission,
shouldn't you know things as a lawyer?
that the Joint
Just asking
Commission
for a friend.
report
especially as a lawyer for the
She's
hospital.
That the Joint Commission report that was done in
She's trying to
2018,
answer as vaguely and as
that it
limited as
passed.
possible.
And it was after that that the hospital self-reported the issues with the heart stuff.
Well, let me ask you this. Was there media accounts that predated the hospital's self-report?
I don't know the answer to that.
Meaning, in other words, did the media bring this to the attention and then the hospital self-reported?
I don't know the answer to that.
But in my mind, if this is an issue of systemic hospital problems, and again, I don't know, I haven't seen any of the reports, and all I'm going on is what I'm hearing in court. But if there is a systemic problem, if this president lost his or her job because of this issue, I kind of want to know when that president became the president. Because if we're talking about a creating of a culture, the inquiry does the creation, or does it start with that president? I don't know.
I don't know, Judge. I think that this is sort of going off the rails a little bit. I mean, the issue in this court for this jury is about whether or not, as I understand it, when the testimony was given.
Yes, while we are waiting
that
for
this hospital passed
our
the-
trial to start, we are listening in on the Maya trial and Mo's and Megan's commentary.
God, I'll write it down. When this hospital, when there was testimony that they were accredited by the Joint Commission. And then there was an issue raised by the plaintiff, but that ain't true. They in fact were on this double secret probation or whatever. And so that's what started this, Judge. And so now it's become a deep dive into years.
Yeah, I don't want to snipe too much. Because, yeah, the Maya trial is amazing and a complete tragedy at the same time. But I understand completely if you want to go over there and check it out yourself, and you should after my stream. It is currently 6:30 here. This is a long ass lunch break. I'll just be checking in on the law and Zero just to check to see. So it hasn't frozen. No, it hasn't. Let's start a poll. There. So we have something to do while we wait. Yeah, you can have two chat windows open, but I don't want to rob her of viewers. I don't think I do because she's a larger channel than I am. But seems like Mo is having a great time over there and everything. So I might have lost a co-host. Yeah. No worries. I wish Mo all the best, and her channel should be a lot bigger than it is. Yeah, in this trial, Charlie's testimony so far, I mean, it's not improbable what he's saying, but I need something to support it. And I don't see something that supports it. So it goes to the amount of evidence on the prosecution side against his word. And we are still at their direct examination of Charlie. And the cross will be really interesting because everything he says is completely news to the prosecution. So this will be an act of getting questions in line on a whim. Now, the entirety of the prosecution team during lunch is going through what did he say and what can we use in cross. That's what they're doing while they are throwing down a sandwich and a cup of coffee. Parabellum says, I keep 3 windows on 3 devices when I can sit and watch. Yeah, I mean, I have this computer, I have my laptop over there, and I have my TV over there, and I have my phone behind me. No, I don't use them at the moment. Maybe I should. I don't know. Yeah, we were talking about yesterday was fun because the last thing the prosecution asked the FBI agent was, does blackmailers come with a fake beard and a pointy hat? That was amazing. And then I remembered about the jet ski. They keep talking about that damn jet ski. So yeah, I made a little something. There he was, the blackmailer on the jet ski. Yeah, don't tell Dave. I need to put music to that one. Some waves or something. I don't know. But yeah. That's the extent of my editing skills when it comes to stuff like that. Made completely in Canva. Damn it, Court, can you please start again? Running out of things to tell you. Maybe I can find. Hey, Toddly Pip. Oh yeah, I will try to find something of that sort. And then finding a clip of Dave saying something. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I can play this one. I got a message from for you who follow me know I am very involved in the Zachariah Adelson case. And this showed up a while ago.
Okay, let me see.
But let me at least say, because I know Nicholas, there might be some lag to this. I see you're kind of skipping around, but Nicholas in particular has been part of the group for a long time. Early in, recognized that it was bogus early in.
Oh, stop doing that. It's buffered.
You know, and I appreciate all the help, and he's still here, and it's super cool, and I really appreciate that kind of stuff. And I know anybody that actually bothers to look is going to know how bogus this is, and it's really hard to get people to take notice in the first place. But I know he's been out there, and I know he's been doing things, and I know he's been connected. And I want to go visit the guy, you know, and be on the show and go visit the guy and all sorts of stuff. I mean, I just think it's super cool. All the help, thank you. Super cool, and I appreciate it. And everybody else too. But yeah, he's in particular, I don't know. He jumps my, when people talk about like other people's shows, I don't really know other people's shows, but I know his because his was like one of the first ones that got mentioned. And I'm like, really? Somebody's actually doing something about the case? I'm like, oh, that's cool. So anyway, I don't know. Don't know the guy, but really appreciate it.
Yeah, so I got a message from Zach. That was very, 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 very nice of him to take the time, because every time Zach goes, he has to pay for each call. Like that. Yes, Genius is here. Now, what else do I have here? Oh, I guess. Oh. Oh yeah, this one. This one is funny. Oh, come on. This is from the stream where I first reacted to Nancy Grace. Oh, God. Nancy Grace. Yeah. I watched her for the first time a couple of days ago. And yeah, it might be difficult, might be hard for you Americans to understand that not everybody knows who this woman is. And I certainly didn't, but other people in the law tube said, you need to see it. So I did a whole stream about it, and here you have the highlights. Enjoy.
That time, and
Oh.
you know, and I
Okay,
think
this
that
is so sweet.
and you were such a little girl, Elizabeth. I mean, you were just 14 years old. Yeah. I mean, it's hard to
Elizabeth
expect
is not
a little 14-year-old girl to react the way an adult might imagine they would react under those circumstances. You were afraid, I assume. Yeah. Did your kidnappers tell you?
What kind of a stupid question is that? That is the face of a teenager thinking, you need to shut the F up, lady.
You know, a lot of people have seen shots of you wearing a burqa. How did you see out of that thing?
What? What the heck? What? That's the question. Are you serious? How did? Oh. 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 All right. I see that court is back. So we can back to our regular schedule. Yep.
To remove you. This is the last time I'm going to address this topic. Mr. Rauschbaum.
Judge, two things. First of all, I just need 1 second to set up the computer.
Go ahead.
And also, if we could approach on a new attempted exhibit.
This is from the prior composite?
Yes.
You may.
All right, we are back from lunch, and yeah.
As well, and we've just taken portions of it that are quote unquote relevant. Although our prior objections we will keep for the record.
on this. I'm glad you brought that up because there was one additional matter I wanted to place on the record concerning the composites as well. Given the composition of the jury, which contains certain members of a minority group which may find offensive subject matter that was in part contained in those composites, this is in part the court's ruling to protect the defendant from any unfair prejudice caused by either his words or the words of those communicating with him. As to the new edited version,
Oh,
does the
yeah.
state have a position?
Yes, Your Honor, I would raise the same.
They
objection
used
hearsay and relevance.
N-words.
These are text messages offered to prove that the defendant didn't text about the murder. There's been no allegation that he texted about the murder. It's not challenged. It's been testified to. This is evidence to prove it. It contains the right amount of relevant hearsay, so I would object.
Rauschbaum, were these statements ever inquired with Ms. McBenoit or specifically presented to her?
Yes,
Which ones?
the one about the fight the day before, the ones about the fight the day before, but not kind of. I think the short answer is not directly. It wouldn't be towards impeachment. Our argument would be going towards state of mind, Your Honor. Charlie Adelson's state of mind. I know that the state doesn't want the jury to be able to see the evidence, but it's the exact same evidence that they have put in regarding
Save it for them.
phone records.
Your audience of one on this topic is also an attorney. I understand these matters. All right. As to this specifically, the fight I will deem is admissible. The other portions, I'm still going to sustain the objection as to relevance and hearsay. The text on the fight, I believe this would be 7/18/2014.
Okay.
Starting at 13:09.
No, jury isn't in at the moment.
And then those would end at 18:20.
Yeah. As per usual,
Other
I've been up.
portions, the prior ruling applies.
Hold on. There. I've been up since 4:30 this morning, and I streamed late last night. And if I simply, okay, I need to call it, then I will. Not in a bunch of hours. But if that happens, I will start a bit earlier tomorrow morning. Like half an hour, and we will play in 1.25 or even 1.5 when allowed, and catch up. Because I do need some sleep, because I have my usual workday tomorrow. Okay, thank you. Let's continue.
May I make one additional argument for the record?
Go ahead.
So the state has
Oh, come on.
put in a phone record in which they talk about a pattern of calls. These emails explain why there are those pattern of calls. These text messages explain that. So for instance, they bring in.
Come on.
Calls on their sheet regard their CDRs on the evening of the 16th. Calls with Catherine McBanoy. Those calls relate to Mr. Adelson having dinner with Erica Johnson. It explains those calls. Similarly, they bring in calls on the 17th and 18th.
Yes,
that
all
relate to these text
contributions.
messages. In other words, the text messages.
All contributions to the Nick Starrow Coffee Fund is much appreciated. Use the PayPal or a super chat or something.
Explain. I'll give you an example. Call me ASAP, and then there's a call, right? So it gives context to their very evidence. It explains to the jury why these calls are happening. They're highly relevant, and to not allow it in, I think, is prejudicial against Mr. Adelson.
As it relates to the fight, I believe the 7/18 messages between himself and Ms. McBanoy cover that territory, do they not?
They do, but their argument is going to be that that's not what they're speaking about that night. The text messages are from the next day, right?
No one is going to be permitted on either side, excuse me, to present any factual issue out of proper context. Now, I believe, as it's been presented already through the direct, your client testified to them having a fight. This otherwise demonstrates his state of mind and shows what was going on the day of the murder, which is relevant. Getting further into the fight, which doesn't go to the elements or any other matter, why again is this relevant?
It's relevant because they have a chart that shows that Charlie calls Katie at 12:45 in the morning. I'm making up times. Katie calls Sigfredo at 12:50 in the morning. Charlie calls Katie. These text messages show what the calls are about. Now, I was able to ask my client the question on the stand. These text messages are corroboration for him.
Any further argument, Ms. Keppelman, as the context for the 716 text?
I kind of agree with the defense here.
Argument, the text messages show what the content of a phone call was?
The context of what was happening on 716.
No, sir. I don't think we're disputing that they appear to have had an argument on 716. I don't remember that being an issue in the case, so I'll stick with my prior objection.
Right. Over the state's objection, the text between the defendant and Ms. McManawa will be admitted on 718. As far as the other texts, the court is not going to admit them on grounds of relevance and hearsay. Any other matters to address before the jurors come in?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
Mr. Rauschbaum?
Now, text can refer to what the call will be about, but not
Yes, come on up, Mr.
necessarily.
Adelson.
And yeah, but he at least got some of it in. And then he can refer to, look at this. What the state claims is simply not true. These are normal calls that have nothing to do with it. I will definitely go until the next break, which will be the afternoon break. Then I will check and see, do I have the the headspace to go on the rest of the day? I will. If not, we will half an hour earlier tomorrow morning and then play catch up. Yeah, I like this judge. I really like this judge. I think he's fair.
Everyone can be seated. Mr. Rauschbaum, you may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Charlie. You're aware of something called the bump, correct?
Yes, I am.
And you're aware that as a result of the bump, a whole host of calls happen after it, correct?
Yes.
Judge, I promise not to play every call, but we're going to play some. So at this point in time, permission to publish already in evidence, State Exhibit A.
Please proceed.
Please remember to hit that thumbs up. Yeah, here we go with the calls again. And we see Sunny there in the very, very blue shirt. Yeah, we can see you. And it's Brandy Shirtwell next to her. quickly fetch something to drink. 1 second. Oh yeah, Friday will not have a Finally Friday stream since I am doing the fundraising stream on Saturday. That stream will begin. Hold on.
The audio in your headphones. All right. Please give a thumbs up so that way I can be sure everyone can hear it.
That will begin. Let's see here. Okay. That will begin at 1:30 p.m. I think. Yes, 1:30 p.m. on Saturday. I think. Yeah, you can see yourself on that stream when the fundraising stream will begin. But it's Saturday, and it's after the Yodi stream, which begins at noon Eastern Time. Oh, come on. Stop doing that. Let me try to change from router to a mobile phone internet and see if that solves it. It might be a glitch.
Take you back to the jury room. We're going to fix
And I'm switched over. I hope that fixes it. Okay, they're having issues with the audio. No, Charlie, you can't
control,
help.
but I'm not sure.
The state attorney has to come in and fix it. Yeah, that's the prosecution's boss, Prosecutor Georgia. Dun, dun, dun. Try to jump ahead 5 seconds, and then it buffers for 5 seconds, so that's no use. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, not much we can do. This will be interesting to see how Charlie tries to fix the thing with the recordings. For me, everything in context that the state put forward tells me that Miss Charlie Adelson was very much involved, and for me, it's beyond reasonable doubt so far. But they have the rest of the day of direct examination, and we have to see. He is presumed innocent until the jury comes back with a verdict. And his story about how this so-called extortion, no, I'm not buying it. I mean, you have a lot of money running around, and all of a sudden your girlfriend is taking over $100,000 from your safe. Yeah, I don't buy it. Oh, come on. It is buffered up. Normal speed. We are not that far behind. Sorry. Thank you. And that would be Trisha from the chat. Thank you so much for your donation via PayPal. Yay! I can buy myself 2 pounds of coffee. Thank you so much. The words modern courthouse weren't invented when this place was built. No, I mean everything in this courtroom screams 1985, and easily an episode of Matlock could have been shot in that courtroom. Tallahassee's courthouse is from 1895. If it is the same court, it is the United States District Court for the Northern District of Florida. Yeah. Building is 1895. I don't think so. I don't think we're going to hear any N-bombs, but okay, so the court is fixed, but not my stream. I have to go over to Law and Seaward and see if that fixes it.
I have normal hearing. I guess let's.
It's up to you. I mean, does it sound like you can hear
Mr. Adelson, are you having any difficulty with hearing what's coming out of the speaker?
I can hear pretty good.
All right, let's do a test run for the jurors. If they're fine with listening to the speaker, we'll move on. If not, they can put back on their headsets. I don't want to spend much time messing around with the headsets either.
It's all working, so maybe you just, if they want to use the headsets, they can. If they don't want to, they don't have to.
All right, please bring them in.
Yeah, blanking out the N word is just as obvious. Yeah, I know. Sometimes the unnecessary blurring is more damning than the actual blurring. You have these songs on YouTube's where they blur out unnecessary words in songs, and it sounds so dirty. The oldest part of my farm is from the beginning of the 1800s. It's amazing how things in the United States are ancient when it comes to buildings. In Sweden, yeah, we have most of the farms are older.
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, we're going to test the speaker first to determine whether you can clearly hear the audio coming out of the speaker. If you can clearly hear the audio, please give a thumbs up. If not, you'll have the option of putting back on your headsets. I believe where is their audio ability to change their volume levels? Okay. Does everyone understand how to operate the volume switch? Please test away, Mr. Rauschbaum.
Test it first.
So, at that time tonight after work or some other or in the very near future.
Okay. Just tell her write a letter to you or something?
Okay.
Okay, everyone's good? All right, so we're not going to do the screen. That's just causing for more problems. All right.
Continue at your own peril, but you may continue.
Your Honor. So, Charlie, I'm going to play for you call A. This is a call on April 19th, 2016, 2:09 p.m. It's the first call with your mom after the bump. Okay?
So, at that time tonight after work or some other or in the very near future.
Okay. Just tell her write a letter to you or something?
And delivery.
You're being sued?
No, that's what I thought it was. I'm going to talk to you.
Okay.
Okay. So, maybe help you figure out something. Can tell us wherever you are.
Well, I'm in Mitch Klein's office on Park Boulevard.
Okay.
So I'm right now in the Skyline Chili, and I'll be at his office in the afternoon.
The boys will finish their piano lesson around 4-ish, and the traffic at the end, they take a ride with them upstairs.
Did Dad know about this?
The dad at work today, fortunately.
What's IRS?
The IRS people, they kind of father sometimes, but fortunately not me. Okay. So I will talk to you. I'll give you a heads up if I'm going to drive up that way. Okay. And
just want you to know that it's all one year.
No. So let me just talk to you later. And
what is it? Is it a house okay?
Yeah.
All right. Does it involve me or other people?
Well, probably.
What's that?
Probably the two of them. So you probably have a general idea what I'm
Yeah.
So let's just find some time to talk to each other and just the place for a while. Okay?
You're going to take the boys up there? So it's harder to talk to me today.
You or tomorrow.
Oh, come on! This is getting stupid. I am buffered.
All right. Well, I'll be up at Mitch Klein's office. You want to come up?
Jesus freaking Christ. I am refreshing.
No. Not an enemy. I just don't want to discuss it. It's fun.
Right, whatever it is.
Seriously?
I was silly, but if you want,
I wouldn't bother you. Trust me.
Yeah, I know. You want me to come down to see you tomorrow? I actually have the day off.
Yes, that would be wonderful. That actually starts later tomorrow. You know, he goes in at 1 o'clock. We both work out at the gym from 9:30 to 10:30. So
whatever it is, I'll take a look at the paperwork.
Yeah.
I hope it's not the IRS.
I just would like you to review it and give me some input as to what your thoughts are. Okay, so come down tomorrow. Dad leaves at 12, so anytime after 12 is good.
12 tomorrow?
Yeah, he leaves at 12, he starts at 1 there, so 12, 12:15.
I'll come down next week.
Jesus Christ.
That would be great.
Perfect. All right, I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, this is apparently something between StreamYard and YouTube's, and yeah, this has been an ongoing problem forever. Can't do much about it. This is ridiculous. Maybe if I...
Charlie, where are you when this call happens?
I'm at Skyline Chili, eating a bowl of chili.
Your mom says that she had some paperwork delivered to her. Do you have any clue what she's talking about?
I have no clue what she's talking about.
What do you guess?
I thought it was the IRS.
What else do you guess?
Is everyone's health okay?
Do you think it has anything to do with either your extortion or Professor Markel's murder at this point in time?
No, not at all.
Why are you asking so many questions?
My mom, I know my mom my whole life. She's talking weird on the phone. She's like, it's like something's obvious. I can tell something's bothering her, but she's beating around the bush.
Now, your mom says, you say, does it involve me or other people? And your mom responds, well, probably both of us, probably the two of us. So you probably have a general idea of what I'm talking about. And I want to focus on those statements. Okay. When she says that to you, did you have any clue what she was talking about?
No, I think I asked her a few more questions after that.
Now, as the calls progress, do you know what she's talking about?
By the time I got to the end of the third call, I knew exactly what she was talking. I felt like I knew pretty much what she was talking about.
By that point in time, and I want to go back to this line, does it involve me or other people? Her answer, well, probably both of us, probably the two of us. So you probably have a general idea of what I'm talking about. By the end of figuring out what this was, what did you understand her to be saying here?
By the time I got down to the third call, I realized fully what she was talking about in this call, in that she's getting extorted.
And so why the two of us?
She knows I was extorted 2 years earlier, and it's the same people that are coming to extort her for money. So she's trying to say like it's the same thing that happened to you is happening to me.
And just to be clear, about a month and a half after the extortion of you, who did you tell?
My mom. She's the only person I told.
Now, when she says it's probably the both of us, probably the two of us, you understand the state's theory is that this murder conspiracy was, in addition to Katie, Sigfredo, and Luis Rivera, you, your mom, your dad, your sister. Do you understand that?
I do now, yeah.
She doesn't say probably the four of us, does she?
No, she does not.
She doesn't say all of us, does she?
No.
She says the two of us, right?
Yeah.
Now, the bump, what was the bump?
The bump was an extortion from Latin King gang members. Or actually, it was the FBI pretending to be Latin King gang members.
Now, on this call, there's discussion about your dad's schedule. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Why was it important? Why do you learn later that it was important what your dad's schedule was?
Because my dad never knew what happened to me. And my mom was going to want to talk to me when my dad wasn't around.
If we could go to B, which is a call right after, and it's you call.
Yeah, I don't know how the state can avoid calling Donna now on rebuttal. Here's the thing. If she's been listening in, she knows exactly what has been testified to. It's 7:12 p.m. Yeah, I know I'm yawning. But I will get through to the break. I will.
On your mom back. Sure. May I publish, Your Honor?
Hey, how are you?
Okay.
Good. Is it me not paying the Sun Pass? I'm kidding. No, listen, what was I going to say? Do you mind paying my Brown and Brown insurance?
No.
Okay. Because I'm going to just stick with the same company. Yeah, but the thing is this, if you stay with the same company for 3 years, they can then try to bump you down into a lower bracket.
Oh, okay. So it's a good idea if you want.
So I might as well stay with them and then hope that that's actually true, that they can do what they said about putting it in a lower bracket.
Okay. So you want me to call Pam Hall?
Yeah, because I told her that my mom would call her because she handles like that stuff at the office.
Okay.
And then just send them in a check. Because they have to have it before, I want to say the 29th or something.
Okay.
And then do that. And listen, whatever it is, whatever someone sent you, I wouldn't worry too much about anything.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Because someone can write whatever they want to write, someone can say whatever they want to say, and I'm not worried. So, was it another bad review on Yelp?
You know, there's reviews and sometimes they are bad reviews. This is a particularly bad one.
But I'm not being sued.
No.
Okay. All right. Honestly, whatever it is, and I wouldn't just judging from what you're making it sound like. I wouldn't stress it out too much.
Okay.
Yeah. Listen, people can always write. People can always say anything they want. It doesn't, you know.
Damn it. Come on.
If someone says you're a bad dentist, it doesn't mean you're a bad dentist. So, but anyway, I'll definitely come down. It actually worked out perfectly because I had the day off.
Okay. You know, so I'll make you take me out to dinner, so make sure you bring cash with you.
All right.
Okay?
Do I need to bring cash?
Yeah, it's like if you take me out to dinner,
I want to pause it there. You call your mom back and you start talking about the Sun Pass. Does that have anything to do with this case, the Sun Pass? Is it code?
Sun Pass is not code.
Why do you mention the Sun Pass?
Because a couple weeks earlier, my Sun Pass had gotten stolen out of the car from a valet. I didn't realize it. My parents were getting all these bills, so they make a big deal about little things sometimes. So whatever it was, I was making fun of my mom. I thought she was like a small issue, like a Sun Pass thing.
And you then start talking about Brown and Brown Insurance. What's Brown and Brown Insurance? Is that code?
No. That was actually the reason I called her back. Is that for the last call, I forgot to tell her that I had to pay that insurance. Otherwise, if my insurance lapses, they'll cancel the policy, and it was due. So it was due by the 29th.
You then start making more guesses. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, still at a loss for what's going on.
You bring up Yelp. You bring up getting sued, right?
Mm-hmm.
Again, any clue whatsoever what this is about at this point in time?
No, she just sounded really weird on the first call.
Okay. Then we get to the part that we just stopped. And she says to you, I will make you take me out to dinner, so make sure you bring cash with you. At that point in time, what happens to your demeanor? You can hear it on the call. What happens?
I stutter and I repeat back to her what she just said. I'm like, I got to bring cash with me. Like it was so out of place.
Why did that happen at that point in time?
I think she was trying to hint to me that she's getting extorted.
So what was odd?
Why did they need to talk in code over phone about that? If she already knew he was extorted, why code? Doesn't make sense.
About you bringing cash to dinner.
I put everything I possibly can on my credit card. That's how I've ended up saving up so much cash.
And let's hear how you respond.
Yeah.
That's probably a good idea, right?
Yeah. Was this? I should bring cash. I don't have much cash to bring.
No, I'll see if I have money for dinner. Let's see what I can share.
Was it? Can I ask you, is someone blackmailing you?
No, I think it's a possibility.
You think someone's trying to blackmail you?
Maybe.
Okay.
No. That's crazy. Is there? I don't know what blackmail is for, but is there any way I can see you? You can't come up here at all.
It's difficult because they don't finish the parents because you wouldn't use the school. And even if I must do that and got there at 5:15, necessarily get back here in time for the month.
Was this, can I just ask you this? Is this anything government related, or is this like, whack job writing a letter to you?
Like who?
Is it like a whack job writing a letter to you, or is this government related?
No, I don't know if it's government related.
So it's not government or military or anything like that?
No.
Who was the letter addressed to?
Me.
To you? That's crazy. Did it have do you know who sent it to you?
I have a pretty good idea. But, just something in the picture later. I would like to, I will definitely, I just don't know if I'm going to get back here in time for them to
Whoever sent you the letter sent you an anonymous letter. Did they sign it? So someone showed up. Was it like by a process server?
That's what I did was.
It wasn't. Where did they come to you at?
When I walked out of the building, and they were out, and I put that both driveways at the right time.
Right.
And then I walked in about 5 feet from pressing the button so that I could cross the street to pick up the doors first thing.
Right.
And just to get that on the sidewalk. Yeah. Okay, Katie, so you say
So let's talk about this call. You ask your mom after she tells you to bring cash, is someone blackmailing you? And she says it's a good possibility. Now, what are you thinking?
I'm starting to evaluate, I still don't have an idea, but I was extorted 21 months earlier. So I'm starting to evaluate, is it related?
That wording is interesting. I was extorted 21 months earlier. But according to his own testimony, he has an ongoing extortion against him. So that's interesting wording there. Yeah, I'm sleepy as fuck, but my ears can still hear, and my brain is somewhat functioning. Oh, come on.
Related to that, or what could it be?
And are you growing more concerned?
Very, yeah.
And you ask her who the letter was addressed to. Why do you ask her that?
Because I was the one who was extorted 21 months earlier. I had no idea why they'd be going to my mom. If it was related to me.
You then mentioned the possibility of seeing your mom tonight, and she doesn't want to see you tonight. Why doesn't she want to see you?
Because she's watching the boys, and she didn't want Wendy to ask her, where were you? And have to tell her, or what's going on.
Now, again, I thought, according to the state's theory, Wendy is a co-conspirator in this case, right?
That's part of the theory.
Now, you then say on this, is the person threatening you or anything? Why are you asking that?
Because on the night of the 18th, I was told if you don't pay in 48 hours, you're going to get killed. So I was trying to compare it to what happened to me to see is this related to what happened to me.
You later tell her that your advice to her is going to be to go to the police. Why would your advice to her be to go to the police at this point in time?
Because I don't think it's related to what happened to me. When I asked my mom, are they threatening you? She was like, well, maybe. You never know how to interpret these things. And it was very clear what the threat was to me on the 18th. So okay, then it's something unrelated to at that level of seriousness. Maybe it's something involving code enforcement or OSHA or somebody messing with them. So I was just like, all right, just go to the police.
Now, towards the end of the call, you say it wouldn't be the first time I'm being threatened. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
What were you referring to?
When I was extorted 21 months earlier, I was threatened.
It's
So I was
repeating
trying to compare it to
21
that
months.
to see, is it?
There's something going on here with the 21 months. But it kind of contradicts, because according to himself, his extortion is ongoing. So something is going on with these 21 months. So they are building up to something.
It possibly related to what happened to me.
At the end of this call, do you know what is going on yet?
No, I don't know what's going on yet.
Let's go to the third call, which is 12 minutes later. And this is C.
Yeah, he might mean it, Sean, but he's not saying it. That's what's weird, for me at least.
And this is at 3 o'clock.
I have to apologize, but I'm nodding off here. And I'm about to nod off completely, which is infuriating, because I see in my viewers numbers that I'm getting a bunch of you here, but I am of no good to anyone if I fall asleep here. I will start tomorrow morning, half an hour, 45 minutes earlier, and then we will do a speed run through this. And because I need sleep. Yeah. Let's see if anyone is doing anything at the time, so I can redirect you. Oh, wrong button, of course. And yeah, we will see each other tomorrow morning, your time, half an hour, 45 minutes early, so we can get through this, and then we will catch up during the day. Let's see here. Broken Baker. He needs. Yep, Broken Baker it is. All right, folks. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And I see you all back here tomorrow morning. Bring lots of friends. And we will go through this again. Well, not again, but we will get through the afternoon and in higher speed. All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.